Hello, I am Brandon, the humble host of Actual Play Broadcast. This will serve as an introduction to our broadcast for the time being. As we record and publish more, it shall change. We are still getting things set up, so apologies for any errors, skips, or silence that may occur. Everything will be smoothed out in due time. Please enjoy our broadcasts of various RPGs, and remember to tune in for more every week, as continuations or new adventures will be posted at such times. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
And we're recording.
Oh, fuck yeah, bud.
Thank you,
now we're recording?
music
We gotta start
identifier.
over.
Yeah,
Thank-
we play game, yeah.
We played game, yeah.
Would you like to play a game?
We don't have a German audience yet. We do have an Austrian.
We have a German
English.
show, like with Ali.
Well, now
I
we
mean,
don't have
technically,
German.
Technically, Austrians would actually understand enough German to go figure out what's going on. That's the point.
Thank you, Ray, for joining us for another episode of Aldfair here at Actual Play Broadcast, hosted by Zemian.
As always, the one and only.
Well, it's hosted by you. It's run by Zemian.
Well,
If we were doing this at someone's house, it'd probably be hosted.
the host was the one running the show in the Turn-Room podcast.
Yeah.
I keep
So
using the
Brandon
word.
might be recording. I'm running the show.
Yeah,
I mean, if we were hosting in a real house, I'd be happy to host. We have a game room.
neither here nor there. One day we'll all figure out a time to get together physically, and
Let's figure out the teleporter.
yeah.
Yeah.
I figure
get on that.
there will eventually be a con that we all go to.
Imagine having money for that.
Stop being poor, Fivehead.
Not poor. I just have other things to spend money on.
I have plastic to buy, sir.
Hey, I also play Warhammer. Like, and I'm an AdMech fan, so I understand. Still,
I don't even play. I just buy the models. But
Plastic and shiny cardboard to buy.
yeah,
Anyways,
It's a hard life.
I might as well just usurp
yeah.
the question of asking what happened last time.
yeah.
Oh, so much.
We met the Forgotten One in person.
oh yeah, the Red Raven was cool.
And there was a lot of exposition about how reality works, and Tilk checked out for it.
Yo, even Sveta checked out after a while, and I've got 22 intelligence.
There were people that were asking questions who would be asking questions. Tilk was suffering from a crisis of faith more than anything.
I did not check out.
Poor
for it. He
Tilk.
was very here for it.
And then it's just like the Forgotten One was just like, all right, well, kept you here long enough. You need to get going and get things done, entertaining me and whatnot. And we asked to be dropped off in our plane of existence, not like an oceans away from our settlement. They huffed and puffed. It was no fun. That was no fun. But then put us into what we didn't know to be a car. And we woke up surrounded by massive trees.
Well, that's what happens when we're in what we didn't know to be a subway.
Yeah. $5.
We did ask about that. It was mind breaking.
The sold sandwiches that were like only okay.
Yep. Bread that counted as cake in some countries.
Yeah.
Enough sodium content for a week.
No shit. We did learn a few key things though. For example, Hetir kind of sent us off to die.
Oh yeah.
I already sort of thought that might be the case. We got it confirmed though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, Sveta, like if we remember past episodes, Sveta thought that might be the case, or feared that might be the case before we left. She is very sad to find that she was correct.
But Hetir kind of views us as a threat because, we have the ability to change shit. And upon finding that out, some people have certain reactions to that. Then we get to show how infinitesimal we actually are. And how we just, on the grand scheme of things, just kind of don't matter.
Well, we do matter. We're possibly the harbingers of the end.
In our little corner of the multiverse, yes.
You know, each different tapestry doesn't really interact with another very much. So, like, I kind of see each of them as their own grand scheme of things for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
At least as far as we have to care about for now. It makes me feel better about it, at least, whether it's true or not.
That's fair.
But even if it's not true, if everything is like similarly small, then it all matters the same amount, which can be a lot or nothing, depending on how you want to look at it.
But existential crisis and crisis of faith aside, we're now back on our plane of existence, but we just don't know where the fuck at.
Yeah.
We did somewhere. Well, we know because we worked it out with the Red Raven that it's going to be on the same coast that landfall is on.
Yeah, the problem is that
necessarily agree to the coast part.
That's true.
Oh, he
I thought wouldn't put you
I thought the
too
calling us
terribly
spoiled
far.
sports. Yeah, I thought calling us spoiled sports was sort of low key. Okay, we're doing that.
He was saying spoil sports because he kind of wanted to put you close to the colony,
Like in the
where
Dominion.
yeah. But y'all were like, please no. It's
Yeah.
like, damn, all right.
We cannot deal with those assholes right now.
I've had a very long day, and I don't want to deal with the Dominion.
But we all gained another mythic level.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I forgot to say at the end of the session, but returning from death, even with help, is something of, well, a mythic story.
That is
And
true.
so-
It's the stuff legends are made of.
Yes. So they've all gained a mythic level.
it's
Now-
part of our business.
I've got
You
to start.
all
I'm in State of Gorath.
are hungry, thirsty, not in dire need as of yet, but hungry and
sleep
thirsty
deprived.
nonetheless. You actually feel rested.
Okay, that's
You don't
nice.
feel exhausted. And somebody cast dancing lights. I can't remember who it was, but you
was
do
me.
have a couple globules of light. You can see the floor here is dirt, very large pine needles, larger than you'd expect, anyways. And occasional, like, various just detritus, very little plant life as far as you can tell. Like, there are not bushes and grass and stuff growing down here. It is pitch black beyond the light you have. Those of you with dark vision, as a reminder, you can see these trees are going beyond the range of your vision up above. You can't even see branches.
Damn.
It is very quiet. You do not even hear wind rustling in the trees. The air is still. It is temperate, but on the chillier side. It's probably around like 50-ish degrees. Maybe high 40s. Like, it's cold, but it's not freezing. And it's dry down here. You have no concept of what time of day it is, what day it is. But you are here after hearing the sound of dispersing wing beats.
Well, we made it back. one way or another.
Wherever
others.
we are. Well, should we climb a tree and see if we can figure out where we are? See if there's a high point we can go to?
Unfortunately, I think that point may be a little bit higher than we can handle, unless someone can climb faster than most of us can run. Looking up from here, even with the lights and with my newer eyes, I don't even see any branches on these trees. They just extend up.
Well, that's why you have a rope.
No, I don't mean that there aren't branches. I assume there are, but the trees are large enough that the
It would
branches
take a
are
while.
that far away.
Yeah.
How thick are the trees? Like,
Very thick. Fucking, that's actually something I forgot to do, is figure out what a proper thickness would be. If you try to approach one, they're not as close as you think they are. There's quite a significant difference between distance between each tree. And getting near one, you can come to realize it's the base of one of these trees is easily probably about 100 feet in diameter.
so yeah, I don't have enough ropes to cover that circumference to do what you're thinking of doing.
Well, at least they're friendlier than the ones in Maguire.
That's, I hope.
No mercy.
Yeah,
As far as
so far.
the trees are not actively
assume
trying to eat
anything
you.
at this
They're
point.
also not screaming at us either.
Well, that's nice at least. Yeah.
It's also true.
And that we know of, at least.
Yeah, that said, it is eerily quiet down here. You do not hear the usual, sounds of forest life.
Yeah. Huh. I haven't been in a lot of forests, to be honest, but normally there would be a lot more
Noise.
life down here, right? Yeah. And I
Mhm.
get that animals and such hide when people come near a lot of the time, but there would be smaller plants and things normally.
Well, plants likely aren't getting. No, Tilk wouldn't know that. Never mind.
And Erstyle, make a knowledge relevant check. Life around us.
On the lack of life around you.
Yeah.
Nature would probably be the most appropriate.
Can I make a knowledge nature to try to identify, like, if I read about a forest that's like this, so that at least we have like a starting point of maybe we know where we are?
I will flat out tell you have not read anything about a forest like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Just by the fact that there are no forests like this one on the entirety of the continent you come from.
Okay. I
We are from
figured
a different continent.
there's a lot of other esoteric bullshit that Zaban had books about, so maybe there's something he had about this.
Obviously, the old world had a plethora of biomes, mundane and magical in their own respects, but a forest resembling this was not one of them.
All right.
I do have knowledge of geography, but I don't know.
I get a 24 on my knowledge check.
Yeah, Erstyle, you're normally an absence of life is either indication of, the local, granted you wouldn't necessarily know it in these terms, but the local ecosystem has either been decimated, or you are potentially in the vicinity of a predator and all of the prey species have detected it and fled, is what your initial thoughts would be. Considering the lack of vegetation on the forest floor, it could also be that, there is not a strong ecosystem down here. Or, down here at the ground level anyways. Who knows what it looks like in the upper branches, because where you're from, squirrels and birds and other such things are very common. So, and the size of these trees, and considering where you all landed, you start to wonder, how big do the squirrels get here?
Big enough to eat.
But that's what your knowledge check gets you.
Oh.
I do have knowledge of geography, but I don't know if that would work without any prior relevant research to this place.
Well, if not, also
Yeah,
not enough.
once again,
Yeah.
Where you're from, there would be not a comparable biome.
Yeah.
Are we in a cave? Oh no.
No, I mean there are trees.
We're actually in a mouth. Ah!
I mean, you can have trees in a cave.
Yeah,
What kind of cave do you have trees in?
one with dirt.
You can have.
Like- These are some big ass trees. I cannot
Are
imagine
there-
a cave that big.
Could be
Are there
that-
fungus among us? God damn it.
it could be that the canopy is so thick that it blocks sunlight to such a degree that it prevents most life from thriving down here and reaching us as we stand here now.
There is examining the base of the tree. You can see like there are like small mushrooms that are growing around it, as well as a very like dense gray moss that has adhered to the trunk and going up part of the tree.
Can I roll knowledge check on the mushrooms?
Sure.
Can I?
Oh my god.
Well,
am I able to roll an
no.
affiliated? Sorry,
Yes, I
Can't believe it.
I was gonna ask if I can roll like a knowledge check to try to just at least get our bearings, like possibly identify a cardinal direction or.
mean, that's going to be a survival.
That's not what I can do.
Yeah.
That.
Ollie,
Okay,
you're
I'll-
11. It's definitely a fungus. Like, okay, this is a mushroom, or at least it looks like a mushroom. Prodding it and such, it's definitely very mushroom-like. You're safe to assume it is a type of mushroom, but it's not a kind of mushroom that you have seen before. It is small, like it's like a colony of mushrooms that are like all like about an inch tall with like inch-wide caps. They're just like this pale white and gray with like black splotches, like no real color to them. And they're not, because they're growing on the tree itself and they've kind of like anchored themselves to the moss. So you're not sure if they're living off of the tree, if they're living off of the moss, if they're living off of both. It's not super clear. But yeah, they're mushrooms. Whether or not they're safe to consume or anything like that, not a fucking clue.
No problem. I'm still gonna harvest them.
Everything is
Alright,
edible at least once.
Do you want me to take a whack at that?
If you want to,
harvesting them
go
or
ahead. I'm
eating
still
them?
going to harvest it.
Okay, I guess with the attention Erstyle's making, that will garner enough for Sveta to make her own attempt, if that's all right.
Yeah, well,
nature to
Sveta's-
identify.
Yeah, get like see
Yeah,
if
that's
they're
fine.
edible or poisonous or what have you. I won't mythic surge it.
They
While
scream when you
Sveta's
pick
doing
them.
that, can I also ask if, based on me examining the tree as well as the fungus, is the
I-
moss only on one side of the tree?
No, it is wrapped around the trunk completely.
Is it entirely around.
it's not,
Interesting.
Like, it's not a singular like carpet of moss, mind you. Like, it is like broken off into like sections, but it's on all sides of the tree.
Interesting.
That's a 20 total on my.
These mushrooms do not seem to have like they're all kind of this whitish gray. You know, like white gills on a mushroom can be indication of potential poison, but it's not necessarily a rule. You don't see like any kind of skirt or sac or anything on it, so you're pretty sure it's not poisonous.
All
Now,
right.
you know, mushrooms, even if they're not poisonous, sometimes they have other effects that some would argue it should be considered poisonous, but, you know.
Oh, could you say that they're magic?
Potentially.
Just as a double checking, I'm gonna cantrip detect poison.
Can I cast detect
That's
magic
fine.
mushrooms?
How do the mushrooms turn on that?
They will appear safe. They do not
All right.
show up as poisonous. Ollie, there are enough mushrooms here that you could, if you wanted to, gather up to a pound of mushrooms.
So I know we're all hungry, and it may not be the most preferable thing, but the mushrooms are not showing up as poisonous, at least.
Oh,
that's good. Though I would these mushrooms do exist like everywhere around us, somewhat, right?
They're on the tree, connected to like the moss of the tree itself. You're not really seeing them growing in the dirt.
You know, well, there's a lot of these trees around us, and there's moss around us. We might be able to find more of them. How hungry are we?
I mean,
I'm just,
you could go for a meal.
you know,
Like, you're not starving, but like having a meal soon sounds great right now.
Yeah.
I am just saying so that we all know, and if I get, I don't know, snatched up by a dire pelican or something, then the knowledge does not go away with me.
Well,
that's good.
that is not
Thanks.
poisonous.
I thought you were gathering him.
Pelican.
I mean,
Man, I
it's
hope
still
dire
useful for
pelicans
you.
aren't real.
Listen, after the dire weasels, I'm not sure that dire anything isn't real. So
Yeah, but weasels are cute. The pelicans we met at the docks at Adax were assholes.
yeah, that's why one would snatch me up.
That's true.
That's what makes them threatening. Also, the thing they do with their neck and their like mouth, I don't like that.
Is that just not allowed?
No, an animal shouldn't do that. Really.
A Zemian.
Damn.
Yes.
What does the bark on the tree kind of feel like? Or
It's pretty rough. You're prodding at it. These are some fucking dense ass trees. Very big, very strong. The bark is not peeling. This tree appears to be very healthy and alive. However, like using the lights, you do see it's not really like a strong brown. It's like this grayish brown color.
Is there any other light sources besides Liana's?
Not that you can see.
I guess if we look for any other plant life, Zaban had me running for enough random plants and reading enough books that I should be able to pretty reliably identify just about anything, unless it's super weird. But depending on how long it takes us to get out of the forest, it may behoove us to do some foraging.
If we find anything poisonous, I want it.
Deal.
You know what? Knock yourself out, buddy.
Not with poison, though.
I'm
but-
assuming Earthstyle has the thing that prevents him from poisoning himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Poison yourself.
making sure I know that ahead of time, just in case.
Don't knock yourself out on accident.
Now, granted, at this point of my character, I still can be poisoned, but I get bonuses to it. But I can also not be fully
You don't-
poisoned.
you don't get
by
poisoned
doing
I think
applying.
like you don't accidentally poison yourself
Yeah.
while
Correct,
playing
yeah.
it.
Correct.
Cool.
Anyway, can someone does anybody have the skills to like identify directions?
It sounds
Well-
like air still or you.
I no, not me. I can identify a bush. I cannot figure out
Hey,
what's north.
Liana,
Yes.
how high can those orbs of yours go?
I was just looking at that. Oh my god, where's dancing lights? There it is.
Dancing Queen.
They can
oh,
go about 140 feet away from me.
What about vertically?
Yeah, 140
Same
feet.
distance.
Okay. Can you start raising them up?
Sure. I will
What
do
are you
that.
thinking?
Well,
As the light leaves, thousands of skittering. No, I'm kidding.
Jesus fuck.
That'd be a nightmare.
Like, what is this? Freaking
Right.
King Kong?
Um,
The island?
The darkness is
island?
actually made of bugs.
No, you send the lights up, and even 140 feet up, you do not see branches. The tree just continues up.
Yeah, these trees look huge if they're blocking out the light in
Either these trees are huge, or I'm gonna go out on a limb and say these are the roots of one big tree.
Out on a limb.
Hey,
I
It
mean
could,
if they're
it could also be
roots-
nighttime. We don't know that now.
Well, I mean the point is that we don't even see like branches.
Yeah.
And even if it was nighttime, we should still be able to see like stars or moonlight. The fact
the
that
very
it's
least,
pitch black
moonlight.
here is tells us that we're not getting any light from any source. Period.
aside
That's
from
fair.
whatever sources we have with us, which
Well, yeah.
I'm now glad I have new eyes because I can see in the dark now.
Well, I can't. So please keep the lights going.
You got new eyes when you were reassembled?
Look, I don't know if it was because I stared into the cosmic sun for too long, but apparently I can now see in the dark.
It's usually the opposite of what happens when you stare into the sun.
Yeah.
Look, we
He
were
got
in
himself
that
sent
weird-
to a prison planet where he got a shine job. All right.
Hey, I love that movie.
Wait, what movie is that?
Reddit?
Chronicles of
Riddick.
Riddick.
Oh. God, it's been so long. I don't even remember that movie.
Pitch Black was
Also-
fucking S tier.
Yeah.
The
Black
monsters in that
was-
were amazing.
But
Yeah.
I've been able to see fine in the dark ever since my transformation.
Am I the only one who doesn't see in the dark at this point?
Yes, it's like I've been able to see well in bad lighting like since as far as I can remember.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I used to see in low light. Now apparently I can see in the dark. So this is kind of weird.
I have bright
Or-
fucking blue eyes. Has never been an issue for me.
I guess I'm the only one who is
Mine are
blind
red.
as a bat. Fun.
Actually, bats can see pretty well.
Anyhow,
Listen.
I'm
so
listening, but not as well as a bat doesn't.
I think we should not wander too far in one direction until we know which way is to the coast.
I mean, we're
That's fair.
gonna have to pick a direction though.
I understand that.
There's unfortunately like I understand enough to like if you see a river, follow it, but we don't really have that in our immediate vicinity.
No, I understand. It's just we don't know how big the forest is, and we don't know where we're at in this unknown forest. We could end up wandering deeper in, or potentially find ourselves in Dominion territory.
Hey, Zemian.
I mean,
That would be
didn't
awkward.
we ask not to get dropped in Dominion territory?
Something like that. Hey, Zemian.
Yes, Lily.
The trees you said were still pretty lively, right?
They seem healthy.
Strong, pretty
As
lively.
based off your knowledge of nature, these seem like healthy trees. You're not seeing signs of rotting.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can start peeling off some of the bark.
Yeah. So you stick a blade into the bark, and then the tree creak. No.
No.
Tree screams.
Yeah. No. You stick the blade into the bark. And it takes a little bit of work, kind of sawing at it a bit. But you're able to cut off a piece of the bark.
I'm going to start doing this, and I'm going to start working because I'm going to pull off pieces of bark off of a few of the different trees. I am going
Just
to
keep in mind these trees are like a couple 100 feet apart.
That's fine. I'm just
Okay.
going to also let the party know I'm going to be making some aid, as in, if we get lost and we find this thing, we went in a circle,
Okay, so you're making a stake. Gotcha.
basically.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Regrettably, I am not versed in the wild. Raised in the church walls, essentially, so I know a little bit about the outside, but not enough to be able to take a passing glance and tell which way is north.
Well, Erstyle, could you?
There's no wind down here, and I'm not feeling anything of that nature. The moss also is growing around all the different sides of the tree, so that's not reliable either, from what Dad used to tell me. So, for the time being, I don't think I can. Oh, wait, hold on. Reaches into his pack, pulls out a torch, and some flint and steel. Can someone make a torch real quick?
Rhea, do you want to light it?
Yeah, I just need someone to actually light the torch while,
Okay,
while I'm grabbing the.
She
while I'm
casts
grabbing
spark on it.
Oh,
Torch lights up.
Hairstyle will now hold up a lit torch just to see if there's any play in the fire.
What do you mean by play? Like if it goes
If it
in a
flickers in a
direction?
if it flickers in a direction like that would indicate airflow.
It doesn't.
Huh.
Like it wavers here and there, but it doesn't like favor a specific direction.
Yeah. In fairness, I did decline a survival check to establish cardinal directions and stuff earlier.
Yeah, if somebody wants to attempt it, you can. I just understand the DC is going to be high.
Yeah.
This place is very still.
Yeah.
Eerily still.
Um.
I guess
How
while I'm collecting the wood, I will also do a survival check.
would
What's
one
your
be
question, Chris?
able to, with a rope, climb the trunk?
The trees look huge. I'm not sure that's
Yeah,
very feasible.
you need a couple 100 feet of rope to actually get around the entire circumference of the tree.
Oh, they're like
Yeah.
redwoods. I
And
guess.
then,
They're
and then
big.
on top of
They're
that,
magnitudes larger than a redwood.
yeah,
You need like
and then,
more than 150 feet.
Oh, it's dire redwoods.
yeah, and then on top of that, we didn't see branches for 170 feet. So I'm not sure any of us has the stamina for that.
I would be willing to try if it wasn't for the fact that he has nothing to hold on to. I'm currently contemplating whether or not is this like anyone got 2 knives or daggers.
I would
And I
I
have
would
a dagger.
put that in our pocket for a last resort.
Oh, to climb the tree.
Yep.
Yeah, because let's say you
That's
do climb the
hardcore.
tree and you're great at it. There could be something up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Now you're alone.
Urso, your survival check, so 16.
Correct. Hey, this
You
is
are
while I'm
not
still
able
gathering.
to determine a cardinal direction. It
Kinda figured.
is. This place is eerie and not necessarily disorienting in its own right, but it is a touch concerning. There is just no indication of direction whatsoever down here. This is not like the woods back home at all.
If we're not able to establish anything, guys, I'm going to just pick a direction.
Well, before you
Remember to
start
mark
walking, let me
trees and
finish up making some of the aids here.
I'm just letting you guys know, like, and I don't want to just stand here forever. I'm not in a rush, but we got to make a decision.
Fine. I would like to make sure we have some aids in case we do find ourselves in a circle.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm all for that. Like I said, I'm gonna let you can do it. I'm just, if nobody's got better ideas, I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, like it's easy enough to make those. Just however many you want to make, it'll just take a few minutes. Unless you want to make a bunch, then it's gonna take a little while.
Well, yes, I'm going to make a bunch because I have no idea how far we're going to be going.
Okay. We'll say you take like 30 minutes, 45 minutes to make a bunch. We'll make it a vague number of just a bunch because there's no shortage of bark to do that with.
Well, I have a question.
Yeah.
I have Mythic Craft, which cuts in about half of my crafting time. So
I mean,
it is still like roughly 30 minutes.
that's why I'm not calling for a craft check. You're not really like technically making a thing. Like you are making something, but you're making a bunch of stuff. Like, and we're keeping the number vague. So I'm just saying you're spending 30 minutes, you're making a plot amount of these.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If that's the case, seeing as we started here, Earthstyle will kind of we'll actually walk about 60 feet from the tree.
Okay.
He's going to take one of his markers. He's going to pound it into the ground. Does it seem like the ground is soft, relatively hard?
It's soft. Like the initial layers give way very easily past the pine needles. And you see the dirt itself is like this. It's not exactly like sand, but it is like very dusty. But the dirt beneath that initial layer is soft.
Okay. Hairstyle will kind of pound this stake into the ground enough so that it's still visible for us to see.
Yeah, pounding the stake in, there's like a tiny little like cloud of dust that forms where you're vibrating the ground essentially from pounding the stake in.
Okay. Pounds the stake in, takes his dagger, make a knot into the stake. And as far as Erstyle was taught by his father, this notch indicates the direction the stake is going to be pointing, i.e., we're going in whatever direction Sveta wants to go.
Okay. Cool. Is there any other preparations you all would like to make before going in a direction?
Not that I can think of.
Checking a few things right now.
Okay.
I should be good. Anything I'm wanting to do is going to happen towards the rest. So.
Okay.
That being said, I do have our water situation. Since I have create water.
Okay.
Oh, awesome.
Very cool.
So, our main issue is food.
Yeah.
Cool.
Too bad we can't eat trees. At
Yeah.
least not the trunks.
We could try to
So,
create a tap and see if we can get any sap from them.
Just sap.
Well, I mean, we got the mushrooms. As far as Veta found out, they're not poisonous, so they could be edible.
I mean, they might be like hallucinogenic or something. Like sometimes mushrooms are, but they're not poisonous. I have checked that like naturally and magically.
Oh, it's probably not a good idea to give an illusionist hallucinogens.
Also,
Or
yes.
maybe it is a good idea. I don't know.
Depends on the time of day.
What?
Well, we don't know what time
ask
it
for
is.
Ravnos on Sunday.
Also, what does the time of day have to do with giving illusionist hallucinogens?
I don't know.
Maybe one day you'll
Take
find
it
out.
literally.
That's true. I haven't tried them yet. I just assume it would be a strange experience.
But
I feel like
you all,
illusionists would have less fun with hallucinogens than anyone else because they're already used to like things that can not be real.
anyways,
Everybody would be hallucinating.
you all pick a direction. Earth style, march the direction on the stake, and you begin walking.
Every roughly 100 feet, I'm just going to put another stake.
Okay.
I'm going to do my best to try to maintain a straight line with those markers.
Sure. The ground down here is very flat. There's some slight differences in there's an incline that goes up just a little bit and then kind of slopes back down again. But for the most part, it's pretty flat down here. The ground remains barren. Occasionally, you do see patches of moss along the dirt, but for the most part, the moss and mushrooms hug close to the base of these trees. As you all move along, you do smell like decay before you see anything ahead. But eventually in the distance, you do see, at least those of you with the dark vision that extends far enough, you do see like things moving. And as you all approach,
Oh, so I'll hold out an arm to silently get people to stop when we see those, just so we can get everybody on the same page.
Stopping quietly, those of you that have the proper vision to see out that far, it's about because Liana, you have see in darkness now, right?
No, just regular dark vision.
Oh, okay.
I wish I had see in darkness. I actually don't get that unless I take out.
So are you 60 feet or 120 feet?
60. It will go to, as per our discussion about the feature, at level 5, the Shadowcaster dark vision will just add on to it if you want to keep it that way. So it'll get longer, but
Okay. So yeah, you all stop about, you've got your lights. Are you using your lights ahead of the group?
They're just kind of around us, but
okay.
I will.
Cool.
Them for the moment.
Will trail behind the group, so he's kind of more in the shadowy part of the light.
Gotcha.
Of course.
Yeah. So, those with the dark vision that are near the front of the group, you can make out there are shapes that have gathered around what looks like some kind of animal skeleton. Very big, whatever this skeleton used to belong to. You see what you think is a rib cage that probably extends maybe 30-ish feet. And other bones and stuff. You think you see a skull somewhere off in the distance. It's hard to tell. But you see what you think looks like some kind of like people-sized crabs. Like they're crabs that are as tall as people.
Oh god, it's
They're
Dark Souls.
moving very slowly, but they are peeling like bits off of this rib cage that you can see. And you do see smaller, like, if you know what a roly poly is, but I will, because you as characters won't know what these actually are, but like to your characters, it would look like a roly poly. I don't know what the technical name for them is. But as players, they are giant isopods.
Yeah,
that are
they're called isopods.
They're slowly scurrying beneath these giant crabs and are also like picking at bits off of the rotting like flesh and meat of whatever this creature once was. They don't seem to, if they are aware of your presence, they don't seem to care about you. They're all, for the most part, moving slowly, taking their time, in no rush.
What do you see?
Extremely large crabs and isopods.
So like,
because the isopods sounded like they were really big. That is what they were. I mean, if they're large enough to see from here, I assume they're big.
Giant isopods. They're like from like they're kind of like the length of your like forearm and half your hand for the most part. Is pretty much as big as they get.
I mean, that's still big for a pill bug.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's a real creature that exists in the real world.
Yeah.
Yeah, giant isopods sort of thing.
Yeah.
And they're terrifying.
There's little guys.
Isopod.
I heard they're tasty.
Isopod.
You know, sewer rat could taste like ambrosia, and I'll never know.
Yeah.
Anyway, do we want to try to kill the crabs for food? If a crab is just land and like lives in a forest like this, does that just make it a bug?
Could be some sort of bait. Oh wait, I'm too far away from the group.
I'm not sure. Crabs that large, they're about our size. They could be dangerous. I mean, they're very likely dangerous if they are more prone to fighting than flighting.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, like, they could be, you know, a way for us to sustain ourselves.
Yeah. I suppose we probably shouldn't rule out the possibility that they are intelligent because we are very unfamiliar with this continent.
Oh, is that true?
Let's be cautious, I guess. And yes, we haven't really had much luck with natives around here, have we?
No.
That's true.
So you all are approaching.
I guess we're just sitting here observing for now.
I kind of want to see what they're going to do. I want to see like if they're just like if they're patrolling or if
they're eating off of this body. That's all they're doing.
They're having lunch. Is what they're doing.
As far as you can tell, it looks like there are 3 of these crabs and maybe like 6 of these isopods that are just slowly eating this corpse.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to sneak past them. So we either need to wait for them to move on or approach.
Well,
Or give
again,
them a very wide berth.
Yeah, I mean, those are basically our choices. Either approach and see what they're about, or wide berth.
hmm
Well, I'm a little far from the group, so I don't really actually know what the conversation is. I just know everyone stopped.
okay. In the interest of continuing the conversation, I guess how hungry are we? Like, I'm asking this in character. How do we care about? Maybe we give this up this time, or
I mean,
Let's just leave them be, I guess.
we have eaten ethereal spiders before, but they did start it, to be fair.
that is true. All right. Well, then I guess let's go around.
Alrighty.
So you all start moving again, and you give a fairly wide berth to the whatever this is. The skeleton of this thing is pretty long. You had to guess. The full length of this thing is probably 100, 110 feet, maybe 120. It's hard to gauge, but it's big. And you pass what you think looks like the bone structure of a fin. You guys grew up on a river. You know what a fish skeleton looks like. It looks kind of like a fin, and it's really wide. And you see a couple more isopods that are gnawing on what little fleshy bits remain. You do see some of them are actually also gnawing on the bones themselves.
If that's a fin, what is this thing doing here?
I guess if there's a fin, the water is nearby.
I don't know.
Yeah, but does it just catapult itself out of the body of water?
Or they drug it, drug it here for some reason.
I guess.
It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
But you all keep moving. And you all don't know how much time passes. Maybe it was an hour, maybe it was 2 or 3 hours. You're not really sure. It's hard to tell when everything's fucking dark. There's no way to tell time here. But in the distance, you do see a pinprick of like bluish green light. Just a pinprick, but you do see some kind of light
Ahead of us or above us?
ahead of you.
Let's head for it.
I'm not the only one seeing that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Or no, you're not.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
Oh,
You
so
all keep
good.
walking. It takes a while to get to it. It looks like you spotted it definitely in the distance. It wasn't a small source because as you get closer, you're seeing more and more light. And this bluish green light, it looks like there are several sources as you get closer, and you do find now there are some trees here and there where there are these vines that are growing all around the trunk of some of the trees. They're probably about 2 inches thick. They have this similar, like, grayish white sort of coloration to them. But they have leaves that glow and what look like some type of berry, kind of oblong to circular, probably about the size of, as far as like width is concerned, probably about a penny. And so the leaves have like veins that glow this bluish green, and these berries or maybe grapes or whatever they are also glowing this bluish green color. And as you are, well, no, that's it. As you all approach, and you can see like in the distance, further ahead of the direction you are walking, occasionally there are other trees that are glowing like the one you approached.
Sveta, is it normally unsafe to eat things that are bioluminescent?
That's a good question. One moment.
And with that knowledge and nature trick.
I will search this. Give me a moment.
We're doing great, guys.
With a 19, is that question?
Well, you do know this. Plants normally want one of two things: to defend themselves and to reproduce.
Mm-hmm.
You would think making your fruit glow,
Would make it really
considering
obvious.
fruit typically has seeds, would make it obvious to things that are perception based.
Mm-hmm.
And would be drawing their attention to them, which means it might be a role in the ecosystem to have this be eaten so that it can reproduce, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Is second verse same as the first? I'd like to just do a quick detect poison on it.
Yeah, you cast a spell, you do not detect any poison.
Cool. So just double checked, it's not poisonous. By my best guesstimate, it's bright because it wants to be obvious so that we eat it and spread seeds.
Okay, I mean,
Obviously, I've never seen this plant before, but going by plant logic, that is, fruit is, you want seeds to go as far from like the mother or father plant as possible, and by having something eat it, that you get that.
I mean, I imagine probably be me or Urstal that has the hardiest constitution here.
I certainly don't.
Remember, I'm behind the group.
Well, we can still talk about you.
We
I
have
know, but
object determinants hairstyle.
Ursile has since disappeared, and Sveta understands that and has just accepted it as reality.
I'm gonna figure out what it tastes like.
Okay.
Hopefully part of their seed spreading scheme includes tasting good.
That's the hope. Silk is gonna try one.
Cool. So you can easily fit the entire thing in your mouth, obviously. You bite into it. It's not very juicy. The meat of the fruit is, I wouldn't say chewy, but it is dense. It's like you were kind of expecting a grape, but you got more of like an apple texture almost. And the core of it, you actually hurt your teeth on it when you bite down. The core of it is probably about like a fifth of the entire fruit, and it is very hard.
A fucking avocado.
It is a very hard oblong, well, not oblong, but round.
I was thinking like a peach.
Like seed.
Hey, we're advice. No, don't just bite into it. You'll fuck your teeth.
It's also quite tart.
It's like a lemon peach.
A leech? That's
More
right.
like, think of a Smartie, but not as sweet.
I don't
Okay,
I
that
don't
sounds
want
pretty
to. Call it a
The
leech.
Smarty, no, not Smarty, a sweet tart.
So
Okay.
Smarty.
Well, sweet tarts are tarter than Smarties, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I just meant a sweet tart that's not as sweet. Probably leans in the Smarty direction.
So
Yeah.
this fucking thing, and I'm gonna pull the. I imagine for it to be a pit. It's one big seed, right?
Yes. Like holding it, you're not like super familiar with spices, but you do know what like unworked peppers look like, and that's what it looks like. It looks like a whole pepper, but a lot harder.
Oh, the pit.
Like
Slash
yeah,
seed.
like black peppers. It looks like that, but
Oh.
yeah, it's much harder than that.
Ah.
That's good to know.
We could take this back and try to grow them.
Are they good?
I mean, it tastes fine, and there'll probably be some people that are picky about, like, oh, it's not sweet enough or it's not sour enough for the fruit I like. But it's something else for us to grow. And worst case scenario, we could always use the pit as sling and ammunition and break some people's teeth.
I mean, it might
Okay.
not grow very well in light if it's used to darkness.
I mean,
Plants are actually sensitive to that sometimes.
and I get
Set it
that.
then.
I get that. We just put it like somewhere dark. We have a bunch of buildings that are being constructed.
That's true. I mean, I'm okay with like bringing a few seeds. We'll have to bring like several.
Yeah.
We construct a greenhouse. It's actually just a bunker.
All I'm
Well, we
saying.
have one of those to the north. We still need to see if anything actually lives in there.
We'll cross that bridge when we get back home.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll try one of these. It sounds pretty good if they're tart. I
Oh,
like tart.
all I'm saying is don't throw away any of the pits that we get from this.
Yeah.
Earth
Noted.
style.
He disappeared a while back.
Hopefully
I'm
he's
hoping
make
he's
us
not dead, but
shoot ourselves inside out.
Well, no. See, Hill can see me.
Sveta said what she said.
I also have dark vision.
Like,
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But Pilk is the one who will turn and start, basically raising his voice to call for Urstyle.
yeah, I'm just when he did that, Sveta said that.
Yeah, we don't need to over discuss this. Tilk is calling to Urstal. What does Urstal want to do?
You're right next to Sveta. What?
Try this fruit. Don't throw away the pit. Also, don't bite straight into it.
Ursal's just gonna take a glance at it and just stare at it real quick, and wants to roll his own knowledge check.
Sveto already figured out that it wasn't going to make us sick in the.
Yeah.
Madness.
What? Do you think we were gonna ask you to eat it if it was poisonous?
Probably, actually.
What the fuck?
I already bit into one.
Okay, Dice Maiden, what are you doing? Dice Maiden. Oh my
Just
god.
cancel it and just roll again.
I am. Dice Maiden, why are you doing this to me?
That way you
Where's
can.
your bonus?
Dismiss this message, dismiss this message, dismiss this message.
What's your bonus?
It's going to be 1d20 plus 1d6 plus 8.
Oh, Dice Maiden is just fucked.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It is offline, so it is down.
Oh, it
Oh,
is.
shit. Okay,
It is.
so we gotta roll with punches. We're gonna improvise. So you look at it. You kind of come to the similar conclusion that Sveta came to.
You know what? I take
If
that one.
if the plant didn't want the fruit to be eaten, it probably wouldn't be glowing in a pitch black environment. So following Tilk's advice, you bite into it, but not directly through the middle of it like Tilk did. And you do feel it rolling around in your mouth when you split the fruit. There is this really hard pit in the center of it. But you get that same tart taste and that like apple-like texture. despite its like grape size. It's kind of confusing almost. But you spit out the pit, and yeah, you can see it's like a small, like almost like an uncracked black pepper bit, and yeah, but really hard.
Hmm.
In fact, this is where
I
rocks
know.
come from.
Well, I'm going to do an experiment with this one.
Okay.
By looking at this pit, how hard would you think I would actually have to strength check it to try and pry it open? Or
the thing is your hands are going to be too soft. Like you're not going to be able to squeeze it and break it in your fingers.
Sure.
Yeah.
Actually,
Oh my god.
I know.
mythic. I have a thing that goes through hardness. So if this thing is a hardness 15, I'm concerned.
You think that lets you go through hardness?
You have
What?
nutcracker hands now?
Yeah.
I mean, don't you need to spend mythic to do that?
Yes, I will actually spend a point of mythic to do the thing of
Okay.
I sit here, use my hands, and see if I can.
So you try to at first, just normal. And it's like you realize, okay, I can't get enough pressure. And then you tap into that latent power and really fucking squeeze. And it does finally crack. It doesn't, magically explode or anything, but it squeezes enough that the outer shell of it cracks. And you can make out like the whitish, grayish material on the inside.
Examine
There's
it.
no sudden smell or anything. You do what?
I sit there, I look at it, examine it. I was gonna sniff it for any distance.
Yeah, there's no immediate smell.
Okay. Tough little buggers. Probably have to use a few rocks to actually break this really well. Or a good vice.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You imagine a normal person would probably need a hammer or something equivalent to a nutcracker or something to actually crack these open.
If think the insides are good to eat.
Hairstill, do you have nutcracker hands now?
I wasn't gonna go there.
Killer handshake.
Probably. It looks like you
Yeah,
just
but-
broke the outer shell to whatever the real seed is, maybe.
Potentially.
Because if something wants animals to eat it, it typically develops like an outer shell for the seeds to withstand stomach juices and whatnot.
Oh, that makes sense.
You don't want
I
your
licked
seed
the thing.
digested if you're meant to be eaten.
Yes, lick the seed.
Yeah,
I wish
you
to
lick it.
rephrase.
The outside of it tastes like what the fruit tastes like, but tasting where it cracked doesn't really taste like much of anything. It tastes kind of like licking the stem of a sunflower. Just tastes like a plant.
Yum.
It probably doesn't invest in any energy into doing that.
Fair. No ill reactions.
No,
Okay.
no poison, no hallucinogenics, no upper effect, no nothing.
Okay.
No caffeine.
Damn it.
We can
Man's getting desperate.
Caffeine was an adaptation to make things not eat it.
A lot of things were adaptations to make things not eat it that humans came around and fucked out about with.
peppers.
But to be honest, that's like the best thing for a plant survival. There.
Yeah, mint is the same way.
That said, those of you with high perception, as you are sitting there talking, those with high perception that can also see in the dark, you do see movement above you.
I will look up.
I have a I have a 12 to perception, so yeah, I'll probably glance up
Yeah,
while I'm
yeah.
sitting here licking this thing.
You see there is a long shape that is drifting lazily, kind of above you. It's looking down at you. And the first thing that you notice, because of where human eyes go, is a deer head. You see antlers, big bulbous black eyes. But it's in the air, and your eyes track along its body, and you realize its neck is longer than a deer's neck should be, and it connects to a longer but lithe body, and quite frankly, it looks like the deer's head has almost been transplanted on another creature, as it has this lithe body that extends out into this long, oar-like tail, and its legs have been replaced with these oar-like fins, and its skin is this grayish white color. You can almost see the faint traces of red veins underneath the skin. It doesn't at the moment seem hostile, but it is curious as it's drifting lazily through the air, occasionally waving these fins through the air as if it were swimming.
So Erstal says as he continues to try and look at this seed.
Huh.
Y'all remember those bones?
Yeah.
That might be one of the same creatures.
I remember people telling me about the bones.
This thing is about it's probably about the main body of it from head to butt is probably about 6 feet. The tail probably adds another 4 feet.
Oh, okay.
And
So
it's
this is a little smaller.
it's like a vertical oar almost.
Oh, okay. So this is definitely not one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a lot smaller than that, but it's still compared to you, it's kind of big. Yeah.
Well, actually, how tall is our style?
Well, that answers the question about the fins from the skeleton earlier.
What?
Yeah.
There's a creature above us swimming through the air.
Oh,
Erstal
that's
would gesture with
horrifying.
the seed. Yeah, it's right over there.
I can't see that. Whatever it is.
It's a little far away, but it doesn't seem hostile.
It's curious.
I don't like it here.
What are we, in the Underdark?
God, I hope not.
I don't think the Underdark.
All of you have heard horror stories of the Underdark.
Yeah, that would be terrible.
All right, Zemian.
Not entirely unexpected, though.
Given that we have a lot of cave versus forest talk, can I just check the dirt, knowledge, and nature if this is comparable to topsoil, or if this is cave grindings?
Yeah, you can give me a knowledge of nature. See if Dice Man's working again.
At this point, Sveta wants to know. Sveta really wants to know.
Dice Man came back.
Yeah.
Okay, give it a roll.
What were you saying, Fisk? Or,
21.
Yeah, when we comment about it being the Underdark, it would say, well, that will be our luck, wouldn't it?
it really would.
With that, Sveta just kind of leans down and starts looking at the dirt.
Yeah, you grab a handful of it. Like I described before, the top layer of it is this really dusty. It kind of clouds a little bit as you scoop up some of it, but it quickly settles. And you kind of run your fingers through your handful and look at it, and it's it looks like the dirt is kind of light on nutrients from what you can tell. It doesn't look very good for growing things. You imagine what grows here is probably particularly hardy and very good at getting, very specialized at getting whatever nutrients they do get.
Okay.
but it does seem like topsoil. It does not seem like just gathered dust from a cave or anything like that.
Okay. Well, I don't think we're in the Underdark because the dirt is very topsoilish. It looks depleted, so like anything around here is hardy, which actually bodes well for bringing the seeds home. But I am confident in saying we're not fucked.
Oh,
I mean, aside from the creepy horrors that I can't see, which it's almost worse that I can't.
yeah, Aristotle is just going to sit here and examine that weird thing that's looking at us. He gets a 21.
This is knowledge nature.
Knowledge relevant.
Okay. Well,
Good.
you generally need to tell me what it is you're rolling because that defines what kind of information you're going to garner.
Yeah. Right now we're working with nature, so then technically I would be interested in nature roll.
Yeah. So your thought is okay. Well, it looks like a deer, but it has fins. You guess, or are they technically wings because it's flying? But they definitely look like fins. So not sure what the fuck's up with that. But it doesn't look like any fucking fish you've ever seen before either. It's also hairless, so that's kind of yucky. Despite the deer-like head. Considering it's curious, not really approaching, but kind of passing over, safe to assume it doesn't really see people. It doesn't really know what you are, but it also doesn't feel threatened by you either. But there's also something that's not specifically about this creature, but this creature does kind of string things together. Everything that has been an animal that you've seen so far, granted, you've not seen anything under duress, so maybe it's not accurate, but so far, everything you've seen so far moves slowly. It gives you the impression that perhaps the life down here might operate on a slower metabolism to conserve as much energy as possible. And so everything moves and operates at a slow level so that they can milk every bit of energy they have and save as much energy as they have.
Well,
You imagine if there are predators in this place, they are probably akin to creatures that you've heard about, such as crocodiles. You've never seen a crocodile, but you have heard your mom and dad talk about them before. They're very patient predators. They wait for their food to come to them. And so they could not eat for a week and then have one big meal and go long times in between meals. Similar things between snakes, very low energy creatures, and they have a meal that lasts them a long time.
Like a spider.
okay.
Also like a spider.
Well, whatever creatures are down here, seeing as this weird thing is looking at us and observing us like we are it.
Oh, it's watching us. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to
Unusual.
think we're kind of interesting.
Yeah. I can kind of gather that probably everything down here is on the more slower side of things. Not waste energy. Thing as house.
Oh, like
Barked.
snakes.
Yeah. Yes. Like snakes. Or alligators.
Yeah. They just kind of chill out until they need to actually get something, and then it's a quick burst of energy, and then they chill out again.
And that brings up the
Maybe?
question then, why are they like this?
Well,
And what
I
is
mean,
it
I can
about
take a
this
guess.
place? What is it about this place that necessitates this?
I mean, have you seen the sun yet?
No. So I am guessing that has something to do with it.
Yeah, I
A
mean,
little bit.
just making some quick assumptions. If we don't have good sun and the soil isn't particularly good, then plants like this aren't exactly the most common. So when you find food, you want it to go as long as possible.
I'm gonna try something.
Oh no.
Sure.
She goes to take one of her torches, and take the oil soak or all the like rag around it, and tie it around her arrow, and just look up and says, "We should probably get a little bit undercover, maybe."
What?
I'm just gonna
Still
see if
pick
I can hit
fights with
something.
wildlife.
I'm not gonna shoot at the wildlife. I'm gonna see if there's a ceiling.
Oh,
Uh,
Are you going
And
so
she-
how
to
far can your bow fire?
Well, with her divine, with her distance shot, infinite.
Oh,
yeah, it's
Okay.
it's a mythic thing we were joking about before. It just
A
the
mythic
range increments keep going.
Yeah,
Take penalties all the way out to wherever I'm fucking.
and she isn't trying to hit. She isn't trying to hit accurately. She's just trying to see if she can.
Hit the top.
Yeah, and she would light the tip on fire, the torch cloth on fire, so we can actually
Okay.
like see it.
Sure.
And then just long distance shot, semi straight up.
Yeah, so you fire straight up and it goes and it goes. It's a good several seconds of just going through the darkness. You can see the outline of the tree going up. It's about, you're not entirely sure. It's a significant distance out. Spitballing just by knowing how far people generally can see. You're guessing maybe about a mile up, you see branches and pine needles, and it goes up, and you just see more and more branches from trees passing through one another. And probably about 300 or 400 feet, well, no, more than that, probably about 2 miles up, you're regularly seeing things blocking line of sight for the arrow, and then estimating like the very edge of what vision is possible, it just disappears.
Holy shit!
On the bright side, it didn't hit a ceiling.
Yeah. Oh. That's
You just treat fire.
Well, so that gives me a couple of things that I can guesstimate from that. We're definitely not in a cave, and the trees are so big that literally sunlight just gets so filtered out that it's going to be pitch black down here.
Well, we still don't really know what time of day it is. There could be some that makes it through, but
No, but if the trees are that big, it doesn't matter what time of day it is.
why would that
Quick
make
question,
the canopy
Zemian.
more dense?
Quick
I
question,
mean-
Zemian.
Yes, Ollie.
How big are the pine needles that are on the ground?
Looking at them, they're various sizes. Some of them are really short, like, some of them are probably only like 3 or 4 inches. But if you really look and like sift through them, you could probably pick out some that could be 2, sometimes 3 feet long.
Yeah.
We
My
come
thought.
back as small size or smaller?
I don't know about that.
I don't
Maybe.
feel any
Did we
life.
get Honey? I Shrunk the Kids.
But Leona,
Shrunk
to
the adventure of
to
life.
answer your question, it's not so much that it's more dense; it's that there's so much distance. There's more things on so many levels that can just catch pieces of sunlight. That eventually it all gets filtered out.
That's fair.
Because if you ever been like, I guess I don't know how far outside of Violet Maple you went, but like some of the like more dense and like big tree parts of the forest, like it's just darker because there's more tree to filter out light. In this case, it's that on a extremely huge level.
Oh, okay.
Unless we are actually underground, and these are just and we're just
Just underground
No.
trees.
I'm fairly confident we're not underground because like the soil matches what topsoil is like. It's not very nutritious, but it matches topsoil.
How did the creature react to us firing a flaming arrow into the sky?
Watching it, it would have
didn't hear.
it tracked the light and then kind of lazily drifted after it for a moment, but then it just kind of gave up on it and then just started drifting away from your group.
Okay. Well, the thing's leaving. It was interested in the light from the arrow, and went after it. So it might be a good idea if we do cold camps and avoid making fires. Because if other things are attracted to light like that, then we could find ourselves with guests.
I guess, yeah, especially since the plants light up to attract things to eat them. We shouldn't, as much as I would like to have some light because the light would just make me feel better. I understand that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Since things are glowing down here, and that's part of the whatever life cycle is here.
Yeah, we should still do watches. I can't be part of a watch if we're gonna do cold.
I have the entirety of the watcher under control.
You're not gonna sleep?
I won't need to.
I'm sorry?
You don't need to sleep.
I have some of the magic I've been practicing that Caius has taught a little bit about makes it to where I can essentially, as long as I'm standing watch and nothing happens, I'll get the full effect of 8 hours. If something happens, well then we have to get into combat. Then that's a different conversation that has to happen. But
it doesn't hurt to have two up and watching, I guess.
If something does happen, is it kind of like your sleep got interrupted normally, or?
As long as nothing strenuous happens.
I mean, yay magic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really nice.
I'll trust you to keep watch then. I'm not feeling. Are we feeling sleepy after all of this exertion? Or because you said we can't exactly tell how long it's been.
You've been walking at like just a casual pace. And it's probably above table. It's probably been about 4 or 5 hours of walking. Like setting up camp doesn't sound like an awful idea. Y'all know from some of the shit you've been through historically, you could push on.
Okay. I have a slightly more. I don't want to call it meta question, but what's my circadian rhythm essentially telling me? Is it telling me that like it should be starting to get to sleepy time, or that like I'm still in my midday part of the cycle?
Did we have jet lag from going to a timeless plane after we died?
Dimensional travel jet lag?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Your bodies are probably have not had time to readjust.
I was going to call it plane lag, but that's actually not much more descriptive.
Like, I'll say you feel awake.
Okay.
But, your feet do hurt a little bit from walking. Like, you're kind of tired-ish. Like, you could go for a rest, but you're not necessarily feeling like it's late, I need to fucking go to bed.
Okay. I will trust my body on that regard. Oh, did we lose someone? Yes. Welcome back.
Reconnecting.
My Discord died.
Oof.
Yeah. Zemian was in the middle of a sentence and just everything went silent.
Oof.
Oh, I'm back. Into work.
But yeah, like I said, you could go for a sleep, but you at least feel like you could go on for a few more hours. But it's ultimately up to you guys. What do you want to do?
Well, I guess if I'm probably one of the least physically like fit of the group, and I'm still good to go. So we could keep going if we want.
I'm perfectly fine to keep going as well.
All
It
right.
takes me a little bit longer for walking to start hurting, so I am a poor judge.
That's fair.
You could also. Go ahead.
I just was scrolling through my inventory and I realized I have something, so I'll wait until you're done, Brandon.
We could also take some time while we're traveling to see if we can spot any place that would make good shelter. Like if we're, with how big these trees are, if we can find any spots where the roots are out of the dirt, and we could use the tree as shelter. I mean, it would save us from having to pitch a tent and making ourselves more noticeable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sleeping against a tree isn't a terrible idea.
Okay. First, I will.
I mean, when we eventually do.
Yeah, but Erstyl's going to take the remaining hit, put it in his pack, and then realize he has a compass in his pack.
Okay.
He's going to pull out the compass. I'm going to look at the compass.
Take a look at it. It looks like you all have been walking north.
Hey, you're still.
The hell doesn't even look from the compass. Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, even knowing what the cardinal direction is doesn't tell us what direction out is. So
Where'd you get that?
What you got there?
I might have forgotten I had a compass, and we so far have been luckily going north because compared to when we were in the last place we were at when I pulled it out, not spinning like a madman.
That's good.
It's been a rough day? Question mark.
It's been a rough amount of time? Question mark.
Were we even inside time while we were talking to the Red Raven? Like, does that...
I don't think we're inside time now. Given everything happens all at once, always.
Well, yeah, but like, it. Oh, now I lost my train of thought.
Tilk just goes, I need beer. Beer, mead, anything.
It's gonna be a while until we get that.
If you guys create food and create water at the same time, do you make beer?
I have actually,
like a smoothie or something?
Tilk, do you want beer?
Yes.
Yeah, he just said he does.
I realize after I say that I can't give you beer, but I can give you the next best thing. If you create some water, I can make it into wine.
I mean, I can do the same. But water is more useful than... It's fine.
Yeah, but
I don't need it. I don't need it. I just... So we've been traveling north.
Yes.
From our understanding, Aparo was on a coast that was oriented on the west.
Yes, the ocean to your west. You came from the direction of the west. And you recall there were mountains to the east.
Fuck. So, I imagine
outside of the hills and knowing that there were mountains in the east, you have no idea what other biomes and such were beyond the immediate area.
Well, and I also imagine we didn't see 4 mile minimum tall trees. Those would have probably stood out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably would have seen those
Or-
from everywhere if they were like on, not over the horizon.
Yeah, as far as you know, yeah. Yeah. That said, for all you know, wherever this forest is, could be on the coast but south, could be to the east, could be to the north,
Yeah.
could be any combination of directions to the right of wherever the fuck you were.
Yeah, in theory, if we go toward the west, we could end up on the same coast. Probably, assuming this continent isn't a very strange shape. And then from there, if it's
Yeah, I suppose-
possible to figure out if we
Even
are
if
north or south
we're-
of where we were before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess even if it's going deeper into the forest, just going west may be our best bet.
You know, my suggestions have landed us in more trouble than they've done anything else.
Oh, Tilk. We gotta do something about that confidence, buddy.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a problem for the later.
You are cosmically better at what we do than almost everyone else in the world.
Right. So are we wanting to keep going north? We wanted to go west?
I guess let's go west.
I think going west sounds good because it's a direction with intent and not just
Not just a
cardinal
direction.
Yeah.
Well, at least I know my my north from my south, even when there's no way to know north from south.
Yeah.
So you all start heading west. And as you travel, occasionally you do see more of these vines and stuff, and eventually in the distance you see a lot of this bluish green light. It's probably, at a guess, maybe 2-ish hours from where you had your conversation last, that you're seeing this. And as you approach, you see it's a large mass of vines. And as you get closer, you begin to realize these vines are not wrapping around a tree. They, from what you can tell, are wrapping around stonework. And as you approach, it becomes clearer and clearer that they have very densely grown over stone walls.
Huh.
Oh, this looks more like a structure. Are these the same kinds of vines with the fruit that we ate before?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Probably might as well harvest more.
they are. They're very dense here.
Yeah.
You have to actually pull them away a little bit in some spots to actually see the wall underneath.
Well, when we do get a look at the wall, can I roll a dungeoneering check knowledge to see what kind of rock it is?
Sure.
Because technically, dungeoneering falls under that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just yes, I'm a geologist. Yep.
Grab that hat, put it on.
A random rock? Yes, it's a rock.
Do you know that according to Google's AI overview, geologists recommend eating at least 1 or 2 small rocks per day?
Oh, God.
Or in this case, dungeoneers do.
25.
Yeah, so 25D on that.
It looks like it might be maybe basalt or limestone. It doesn't look exactly like any rocks you're familiar with, but yeah, I mean it looks like good rocks for building.
Like more like natural rock versus worked rock.
Yeah,
Or at least-
from what you can tell, if the question is, has the stone been worked? Yes, the stone has been worked. These stones are in kind of rounded blocks. And there is actually like material that is filling between the rocks, holding them together. Granted, some of these vines are growing into those gaps and out of them and such. This wall it definitely looks like it has been not cared for in a long time.
I mean, but this tells us that there was somebody here at one point.
Yeah.
Even though they're most definitely gone now.
Knowledge of engineering or history, is it possible to determine how long it's been here, or at least how long it's been and not cared for?
I think. Ooh. I think knowledge history might be the most applicable between those two.
Oh, okay. My bonus is the same, but I know it adds context to the kind of information. Let's see. I'll lean in close and pull the vines apart to get a better look. Bring the dancing lights by it too, so I can see color.
You see the stone is like it's like gray and white with like flecks of black in it. With a 23 knowledge history, so obviously you don't know any history about this area. Who the fuck knows? However, you do know back from, way back in the day before the kingdom, when nobles would war amongst themselves, there are ruins from that time. This kind of reminds you of some of those stories and of some of those places. You never saw them, but those places that were hundreds of years old were often overgrown, dusty, abandoned, just allowed to go to ruin.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't necessarily tell you this has been abandoned for hundreds of years, but it's safe to assume based off of those descriptions, at least nobody has been around to take care of this place or has been trying to take care of it in a long time. The stones themselves are filthy. They haven't been cleaned. And the amount of vines here, this plant life has been here for a long time and has not been removed in a long time. You definitely do not see any like trimmings or anything like that. You do see, well, you all see, there are like droppings and stuff around. And those of you that do have dark vision do occasionally see outlines of more of those deer-like things drifting through the air above. Maybe like 3 or 4 of them occasionally drifting by.
Yeah. Okay, so they hang out here, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they probably eat the fruit.
Eat the fruit, send it elsewhere. Miscellaneous places.
Yep.
This structure looks like it's been in disrepair for possibly up to a few hundred years. I wonder if we can find a door through all these vines. I'll start kind of shuffling to the side, trying to look for them and do that.
You'll start moving along the wall. You kind of got to give it a little bit of a berth because the vines also like extend out from the base and like burrow into the soil. It's kind of a mess, but you work your way around. You do eventually see what looks like was once a gate. It looks like it's made of like a heavy brown wood. And it is not entirely covered, but there are vines in the way and like have like grown into some parts of the gate doors.
Getting it open might be the hard part with the vines here. I suppose we might be able to just climb over it.
With how dense the vines are, it looks like you can probably get some pretty reasonable handholds. and scale it fairly easily. Because these vines are like, they're not just going up the side of the wall, they're literally going up and over.
Yeah, so we can probably climb up one side and down the other instead of just dropping down.
Yeah, safe assumption.
Yeah. Well, we were thinking about finding shelter. Maybe this would suffice. We might find something interesting that would tell us more about where we are.
To kind of give a little bit more description, the gate is actually fairly large. Looks like it's probably about, at a guess, somewhere around 100 feet wide. Each door being 50 feet wide. And the archway goes, the archway goes up 60 feet.
Is it unusual
The
for
wall itself is like half that. It's like 30 feet high wall.
Damn. Like thinking about how big this is it? I know like some architecture even back in 8X, or not 8X, back in Aldfair, but including 8X, could be pretty large and grand. So that's not totally strange.
I mean, there was certainly nothing like this in Violet Maple, and this pales in comparison to 8X itself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's not like, wow, I've never seen anything this big before. It's got to be a Nephilim ruin or something like that.
Yeah, you got to remember, 8X, its walls were hundreds of feet high and only defended like the bottom 2 levels of the city, because each level was like 500 to 600 feet in between the levels. 8X was massive.
Was 8X unusual in its?
Yes. 8X was very unusual, at least for the kingdom.
Yeah, like I know we haven't been to a lot of cities since none of us have traveled much, but
yeah.
Okay, so
you don't know about other kingdoms, but for Aldfair, it was a standout, only city of its kind.
Yeah.
Barengrad was only comparable in population. It was not vertical. It was certainly sprawling, but it had like half the population of what was in 8X.
Yeah. Well, either whoever built this wanted something very large and grand, or they were very large themselves.
I mean, it could be a combination of both.
It could be. I would assume it's the former rather than the latter, because if it was the latter, you'd probably want the walls to be just as high.
Oh, wait, did you say the archway was like a lot taller than the walls?
The archway goes up 60 feet. The walls are 30 feet high.
Oh, okay. That's not that strange then. The gate is just very big.
It's just grand.
They'd have to march an army through.
Yeah, or move a siege engine through if you really wanted to.
I'm familiar with how marching armies through infrastructure goes.
I speak primarily of like scale, of like, okay, so everyone's going off.
I mean, you could march an army through like a front door, right? If they just do it one by one.
Yeah, would that be
really long
or is
time.
that like improper? Like, is that wrong?
I mean, yeah, but the reasons for that are varied. Not the point. But I mean, those creatures are about. They don't seem hostile, and based on the droppings and the abundance of these fruits, I imagine that this is their primary source of food.
There are a lot of these fruit vines growing here, so I mean, I guess if I were them, it would probably be my primary source of food too.
Yeah. I mean, that's assuming that they're herbivores and they don't feed on whatever feeds on the fruit.
It's also true.
Yeah.
Carnivores also tend to hang around fruit-bearing plants just because that's where the prey is.
Well, either way, they haven't tried to eat us yet.
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, as horrifying as they are.
Yeah.
You even actually have to see one, so it's just purely your imagination and our description.
Yeah, that's not making it better, Tilk. It has been a long day. Please don't freak me out. I wouldn't like it.
Well, let's go ahead and climb over this gate and hope there's not like something worse over there.
I'll go ahead and get to climbing. I'll go up first so that way I can.
Yeah, I'm not going to call
I just
for
realized
checks.
I said that and
If-
I'm very bad at climbing. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not going to call for checks. I'm assuming you all are not in any rush. You're taking your time. This is easy enough to scale. You could easily just take a 10 and pass.
Oh, okay.
And you all get up onto the wall, and you can see beyond a lot of similarly stone buildings, but like half tempered. So they have like wooden roofs and like wooden pillars and such, but with stone walls of similar stone used to build the walls. But you see effectively a city sprawling out before you. But it is quiet. You don't really see much in the way of movement, at least immediately, because your vision can only go so far. But you can see, like, there are buildings immediately at the base of this wall.
Are there more the fruits that are visible just going out and about?
Yeah, the vines are going down on the other side, and you can see that they're like, some of them are digging into the ground, some of them are stretching to one of the nearby buildings, kind of making like almost a net of vines in between the wall and the building.
Are there any like architectural things that we recognize?
I mean, at least the building that's immediately in front of you, like, it looks like it could be maybe some kind of house. The design is like kind of similar to building construction from where you're from, but it's not like immediately recognizable as belonging to a culture, you know.
Okay.
The roofs here are slightly slanted, not super steep, and there are windows, but you don't really see like glass panes necessarily. The windows just seem like open air windows.
Oh, who wants to stay in the ghost city?
I mean, it'd be a good place to camp for the night. Or day or whatever. I'm just going to call it night because, for all intents and purposes, it is nighttime. And if we're inside a house, we don't have to worry about being dark. So fire might not be a bad idea, at least for our own sanity.
Fair enough. Well, we'll need to find something to burn. The vines might be stuff that's like still alive, doesn't burn very well, right?
Sometimes it depends on what's in it.
Oh, okay.
Like there are some woods that don't burn even when they're dried out, and there are some plants that do burn no matter how like what they are.
Shot in the dark. This is a abandoned city. Maybe we can find some wooden furniture.
Yeah.
That's true, maybe. I wonder if they had some sort of light source they used all the time here, or if it was just people who could see in the dark.
Well, one way or another, we'll find out.
Well, let's see if
So
there's
you just want to
easier
go into
way-
this?
I was just gonna say, let's see if there's an easier way down than climbing down the vines, because You see, wizard training is a little bit light on physical activity.
Yeah, bro.
Go crazy. My training was too. My training being finding plants and reading books.
Finding a set of stairs is easy enough. Granted, the stairs are a little trepidatious as they are covered in vines, but as long as you're careful, they're safe enough to go down. Do you want to go into this first building here that you've seen, or do you want to like go deeper into the city, or what's the plan here?
Well, it is right
I
here.
think going a little deeper into the city will afford us just a little more protection. I don't want to go too deep in case something also is making its home here.
Okay. You go into what you think might be a street. Everything is just covered in vines. Like this entire place is being like lit up, essentially. There are some dark spots here and there, but
It seems like
it's
their population was wiped out by vines.
it's totally overgrown. In the glowing light, you can occasionally see some of these drifting deer, plesiosaur things kind of eating some of the fruits off the vines. And anytime you get close, they kind of just slowly drift away.
Hey, you get to see them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damiani, I'm going to leave that up to you whether the description of them or seeing them is worse.
And you
The
can pet them if you
description, for
hurry
sure.
a little bit.
What, Damiani?
Because
Sorry.
am I muted?
No.
I just said
Sandra talked at the same time, so I could hear what
the
you said.
description is worse because from there I can interpret, and my interpretation is always just gonna be horrible.
Fair. But yeah, they're
At
this
least now, like
hairless, like translucent, whitish skin. You can see the veins underneath their skin. They have antlers, but these oar-like fins and an oar-like tail.
I forgot they were hairless. I've changed my mind about biting them.
Yeah. But you're passing down this street. You come near what you think could have been a fountain once upon a time. Well, as you get close to it, you do see, in fact, that it is a fountain. There is water in it, and there is a steady trickle still coming from the top of the fountain. Probably not as hard as it once did, but water's still flowing through it, and there are vine roots and vines themselves running in and around and coating part of it.
Is this city large enough that getting to the actual center, like town square of it, would be not plausible by this point? Like, is that what this looks like, or are we still?
From what you can tell, it would maybe take like an hour and a half, maybe, to get towards the center.
Oh, okay. So we're just in kind of a nice looking spot, probably, or what was intended to be if it has a fountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, seemingly not entirely utilitarian. Maybe they lived fairly comfortably.
Or at least did at one point.
Yeah. Not anymore. At least not here. Unless the city was created by the vines.
I don't think vines made houses.
Something moves on the corner of your vision, and you do see a isopod crawling along. But what you notice is underneath where it walked, there is massive vines at the base of part of this fountain on the other side, and you can make out a humanoid shape underneath the vines. And there is what you see is almost like this. It's like a dark brown color, coated in dust. A wooden approximation of a human shape with articulated joints and a like a whitish kind of shiny stone that is like cracked, embedded in its chest.
Wait, is it human size or is this like a doll?
It's human sized.
Oh.
It's about 5 feet tall.
Huh.
But the face plate of it is totally featureless. It almost looks like servant outside of the fact that it has like articulated joints.
This reminds me of
and it being small. Yeah, kind of. Although that butler was like an automated like plate thing made of metal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you took servant and butler and just combined them together into one being, I think it would be kind of like this. Yeah.
I mean, that's wood though. So.
Yeah. I assume made out of the trees around here.
Huh.
Curiously enough, from what you've seen of the wood around here, the wood around here is a grayish white.
Oh.
That wood is dark brown.
Maybe not from the trees around here then. Looks like different wood.
Salmon.
I would like to excavate it from the vines so we can get a better look at it.
Yeah, I'll help with that.
Yeah. How does Urstot want to examine it as you all are fraying it from the vines?
Well, it looks like an automaton.
Yeah, which I will say, automatons weren't a very big thing in Aldfair. They were typically exclusively the creations of wizards and occasionally an artificer. They are pretty rare, but it's not an unheard of concept.
Yeah, I guess a knowledge arcana or engineering is what I would probably look at.
Knowledge arcana would probably be the most fitting.
Okay. Doot. This is just our styles roll of 21.
So yeah, you look this thing over. At a guess, whatever this rock, maybe gem thing that is embedded in the chest, the way it's framed, it looks like maybe it's some kind of power source or is of some importance. You look at the articulation in the joints and stuff. This thing does not really have like automated bits as far as you can tell. It has the ability to move, but you're pretty sure that it was animated by some kind of magical force.
Can I also roll to see if I can go a little deeper on this?
Yes.
Especially having seen a automaton before and interacted a bit, although a very different design. So, that is worse. So that probably doesn't change things very much.
Yeah, you think, I mean, there's probably something magical about the stone in its chest, but you're not really sure.
I do also have the ability to craft any magic item if that changes something.
You definitely think the stone is a key component, because looking at this thing, it looks like, for the most part, its entire body is made of wood, save for a couple metal bits here and there. Like some of the screws and stuff are metal. There is a little bit of metal framing holding the stone in place in the wood. So whatever, it's safe to assume that this stone that was in his chest was probably the magical component in this thing.
Yeah. Do I think I would be able to repower or reactivate it in any way? I guess first, if I look over it, if there's any just obvious way to physically turn it on. I don't know if there's a switch or anything like that. But if not,
Yeah, looking it over, there's no clear switch.
okay.
Maybe pumping an amount of magic into the gem will activate it, but you're not sure. Not knowing the spell that was used to animate it, it's hard to say. But
Yeah.
if your assumption is correct that the gem is the power source, maybe just pumping enough mana into it will bring it back to life.
Well, it's worth a try as long as it's an amount that I can spare.
And as long as
I will
it's not the first
say,
spot.
from a mechanical standpoint, you can sacrifice a spell slot. What level of your choosing will determine how much you're putting into it. So if you put a higher level slot into it, you're putting more power into it.
Yeah. What if, so with Arcane Surge, I can spend a mythic power to cast a spell. What if I spend one of those?
That would be fine.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that would be better or worse than a second level spell slot, but it could be cool. So
You're not really sure.
I'll place my hands on the gem and concentrate and try to channel some of that energy into it.
Okay. You said fourth level? Or was it second? I'm sorry.
Second is as high as my spells go right now.
Yeah.
Got you. Yeah,
only
I don't know why I thought I heard fourth. Holy shit.
Yeah, I can cast four levels.
Yeah. Well, we're level 4. That means 4th level
Nice
spells.
try,
Right?
power gamer. You can't put
Not too
fast
late.
one on me.
Already said it. No take backs.
Um,
No, it
so
goes.
yeah, you pump a spell into it, and you see there's almost like beneath the dust, the gem almost like becomes shinier for a moment, and then it just grows dull again.
Well, I can try again, assuming pumping multiple slots at a time into it is an option.
Do you
Sure.
want me to try as well?
That could work.
Um,
Maybe if each of us puts a second level into it at once, then
yeah. It'd be like a 4th level spell.
if you can't cast the fourth level spell yourself, store-bought is fine.
So how many slots of second level are you sacrificing across the two of you?
I mean, we're about to go to sleep. I can sacrifice 2 of my 3.
Yeah, that seems. I'll do.
I
Doing
mean,
the same
actually, I can sacrifice all 3. I don't have particularly good spells right now, so.
So 3 slots from you, 2 from Syndra, or do you want to do another one?
I'll do. Yeah, I'll also do
Give it
3.
to 2 just in
as
case
well.
we do get.
I could also probably assist, right?
That's true.
Yeah, my second level spells actually just kind of suck. For combat.
Okay.
What am I?
So
Mirror image. That's pretty nice to have in combat.
Yeah. So like, I'm not too worried.
So 3 from Sveta, 2 from Liana,
Yeah.
right? And then how many from you, Rhea?
Is it just any spell slots or?
Any spell slot. It just determines how much mana you're pumping into it. So the higher the spell slot, the more mana is going into it.
Yeah, two level ones.
Also, Zemian, would it be applicable to pump a hex into it?
Technically, yes, but it wouldn't really do a lot.
Okay. Well, I mean,
because that kind of dissipates quickly.
Yeah. If it's more than 0, then I'll also pump a healing hex into it.
Yeah. Okay. So the interesting part is you all pump all of these slots into it, and the gem shines a bit. You cast the healing spell, and the crack that's in the gem does actually like mend a little bit. and you see there's like twitching in the fingers a little bit, and then it falls still, but the gem retains like this shine.
I have more ability to heal. If it'll actually put the gem back together, I could see about dedicating some more magic to that.
Allow me.
All right.
I will
Oh,
lay on
Right.
hands, and I've not recalculated my lay on hands.
fine.
Yeah.
I don't have a set amount of HP for this thing, so
Okay.
you put some lay hands on it, and mend the rest of the stone, and the crack disappears. But this thing just continues to lay there.
It does seem-
Occasionally there is some small like fidget in a finger, but it just lays there.
It seems like this time the mana was at least retained from the larger
Yeah.
surge.
I guess we could pump more into it right before we go to bed, and then maybe if that's not enough, we can do some more in the morning.
I mean,
it's
I don't know if it's necessarily worth it because we don't even know if we're going to be able to communicate with it or if it will be hostile upon.
Well, as long as
that's
it's
true.
not hostile, then Urstyle can communicate with it.
At the very least, I can understand what it's saying, if it even speaks.
True.
Yeah, like we have ways around that. We have. It's not the first time we've come across this issue.
Yeah, I just
My hope is that it knows about this place. If it's able to
Potentially.
communicate.
Yeah, and
Obviously,
it
we
also
don't know
might
what it was built for.
also, if it can communicate, it might know the way out. And honestly, I will take that over wandering, even just
I'll
kind of aimlessly.
I'll carry it. Find us a place to go.
Yeah, okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's probably a good first priority. Let's keep an eye
There
out for
are-
any more of these too.
Plenty of buildings around.
Yeah.
But are all of them safe?
You're not hurting for finding a building.
Yeah.
There's just across the street from you. There's like a 2-story building. Once again, open air windows, no door. Most of the buildings you've seen actually do not have doors, and many of them have vines growing in through the openings and such. Going inside, you do see like there's kind of like a living space with like benches and stuff made out of wood. And you see sitting on one of the benches is another one of these wooden figures, with a similarly like pale, dull white stone in its chest. This one isn't cracked, but it's just sitting there kind of slumped on the bench.
Oh, it's starting to get creepy.
I mean, if it's been so long, we'd only find these.
Yeah.
But why were they here in the first place?
I mean, they were probably serving whoever lived here, but like again, if this is so old, then whoever was here is gone, and whoever died here is literally dust. All we're gonna find are these things. Honestly, if we don't, that's worse.
I understand like why they're still here and like the other inhabitants aren't, but like we didn't see too many of these in Adax.
I mean, yeah, you're right.
So
Well, they are
yeah,
relatively unique.
Pretty much any automatons you've seen have like almost been exclusively made out of metal. Wooden automatons is weird. at least where you're from.
Yeah. Actually, is it long, or is it weird for wood to have lasted this long? I mean, wouldn't it? I mean, I guess if it were treated, it might not rot, but.
Like, it definitely looks aged.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's not exactly rotting, but like, it's definitely seen the passage of time.
Yeah. And they're all that same wood that is not the same wood as the trees that we've seen.
Right.
Huh. Weirdly enough, they're made out of a different wood than the trees, the only trees we've seen in the surrounding area. And the vines also seem to grow far better over here than they do out along the trees. I wonder if both of those things were brought here from a different region.
I mean, if we brought it here from a different region, but you also said this place is possibly hundreds of years old.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at course of centuries. The ecosystem could have changed.
That's true.
What was the dominant tree at the time got outgrown.
I mean, you can only imagine how old these trees are.
Well, how big they are, I think if those trees were a couple centuries old, they could still be younger than this place. Potentially.
I suppose that's true. I guess it isn't really relevant now, but I'm just musing.
I have a question. I want to try
Mhm.
something. And this
Yeah.
may be a really bad idea, so bear with me.
I'm here for it.
I want to try to peer if these things have a mind of any sort, like they were capable of receiving instructions, then they may have memories, and I might be able to peer into them. See what this place used to be before.
Tilk, is it normal for your healing magic to work on constructs?
I mean, it's positive energy. It's if it's receptive to the positive energy, then no, it will be positively affected.
Tell me, what exactly is the spell you're casting?
Share memory is a second level witch spell.
Let me just take a look at that spell real quick.
Yeah. It's super vague. I can view one of their memories, and it can only be for up to 1 minute. But
while you look that up, if this, for example, if this was an undead creature, it would have been negatively impacted by it.
So are you touching the one you powered or the one that's on
yeah,
the bench?
that's my thought, is to touch the one I powered, since its thing has received energy and seems to be holding it, so it's technically not like
you
diseased.
touch it. And you go searching for a memory. And it's different from getting a memory from a person. Not that it's not a memory, but it's like a faded echo of a barely remembered thing. There's others, streets filled with others like this one, similar in design, wood with this pale white gem/stone embedded in its chest. And you think it's a memory of a marketplace, and not even the memory is sure. and there's just a confusion as from the perspective of this thing walking through this marketplace. As if it had eyes. That's the other strange part. This thing doesn't have eyes, but it sees as if it does in the memory. And the others like it, there are no people. Only others like it, filling this marketplace. Some attending stalls, others shopping at these stalls. But what sticks out to you is there are no goods being sold. The stalls are empty, covered in dust. The figures are talking in a language you can't understand. And it almost seems like some kind of pantomime. And in the memory, you just get this distinct sense of confusion. I need to go here. I need to do and it just kind of meanders and eventually just reaches the fountain and sits down. And that's it. It just fades. Just darkness eventually encroaching and just ends.
Quick question. Did I notice like light in that memory? It
There's
like
sunlight.
the sun?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bright blue sky, sunlight.
Okay. That's that creates a lot more questions, but answers a few of them.
Or the people like
There weren't. It was only these things, and it looked like they're essentially mimicking a town, but like they'd go to stalls that were just covered in dust and had no goods, masquerading at trade. And I think I saw this one's last memory because it had this motivation to go do something and it didn't know what, and eventually it just reached the fountain and sat, and I don't think it ever moved again.
It does make me wonder about what I was getting at before. But it also
but
doesn't quite confirm it.
at least when this thing was alive, there weren't the trees. It was sunny and clear. They don't appear to be hostile. Like none of them looked like they were doing anything hostile towards each other. I don't think that that's what they were built to do. But I'm also not sure how much we'll get out of it. It seemed like its intelligence was limited, and even what it did know what it wanted to do, it was confused and aimless about.
It's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah. But more than that, it's confusing. Something had to have made these things.
Yeah. The reason I was asking about positive energy affecting constructs was that if, obviously my expertise lies in different places with magic, but positive and negative energy, from what I understand, shouldn't affect an inanimate object at all. Right? I mean, I don't cast any healing spells. You two might know more about that than I do. But
Not normally. Normally you do things like mend, but if this is magically inclined, it might be in the same way that the gem was suited to taking our spells and storing it for use. It might have been able to mend itself from the positive energy charge.
maybe. It makes me think that either these were alive after a fashion or were somehow designed to make that possible, so that their repair would be simpler.
I'm guessing it's the latter. None of these were flesh and blood when I looked through its memories, but its memories were also confused and distant. So there may be some error in it. But I would expect that it would be more forgetting things than remembering things wrong.
Yeah. Were there? You said there were more of them. Was it really?
Yeah, the
crowded?
town
Like,
was-
there were a lot.
The town was filled with them, like it was
Like they were
violent.
the inhabitants.
Yeah, like they were us. They were the us
Yeah.
to here as we are to Violet Maple.
Oh no. That I understand. I just mean we've only seen a couple now.
No, I mean when I was looking through its memories, I didn't see anything but them.
Yeah. No. I understand that. I'm just saying, where'd the rest of them go?
Oh,
I-
well,
Buried in the vines.
Maybe.
or they could have been. These were missed and the others were found. There's that has more possibilities.
Yeah.
Either way, I think it might be worthwhile charging this, even if we only try it for a couple of days.
Yeah. I don't think we should put everything we have into it at once, just in case something does happen.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. Just like spread it over days.
Yeah.
You do notice as you're talking over it, the gem in the chest fades back to that dull color.
Never mind.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's losing the charge so much as it's finally distributing through the host,
Maybe.
and it needs more in order to continue powering. In the same way that like this is a battery way.
Well-
But I could be wrong. It could be that it needs to be charged all at once or it doesn't stick.
Or it could be beyond our means to repair.
Possible. I think it would be worth checking out continued investigation tomorrow.
Mhm.
I think let's see about cooking some of these mushrooms into like maybe a stew or something and maybe adding some of the fruit. We can have a mushroom and glowing, what'd you call it? An apple or avocado? Avocado?
Eh,
I'm gonna call it glow.
There's a pit like an avocado. It's shaped like a grape, and it tastes kind of like a really tart apple.
I'm gonna call it a glow fruit, and that's gonna be its official name, and I will fight all of you.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Thank you.
And then some millennia later, someone's going to call it the glowing, insert the old common name for the thing. And then somebody in an English class is like, yeah, so language is kind of fucked. Like, you know these. Well, they're named glowing glow fruit.
Like post super mythic campaign, goddess Sveta's looking down, just like, oh, seriously.
Yeah.
I tried.
But yeah, let's see about making like a light dinner and getting some rest.
Yeah. Do you all explore the rest of the house, or did you just stay in like this, like almost living room area?
Let's clear the house.
I'd explore the rest of the house.
It's
Yeah.
a very literal light dinner if it's glowing.
You go into the kitchen. Well, what you assume to be a kitchen. It looks like a kitchen. There's even something you wouldn't recognize, which is a sink, made of stone, with etchings on it. But there is a kitchen table made of wood, some chairs. There are two more of these wooden automatons slouched over in the chairs. Whoever goes upstairs, you'll find bedrooms. And all but one of the bedrooms has one or two of these puppet things sleeping in the beds. Well, in a sleeping posture, but unmoving.
I hate this place.
Well, I mean, at least we have beds.
I will be in the living room. You want to share your bed with a mannequin? Feel free to.
I mean, one of
Fun
the beds.
fact, listeners: Brandon does not like dolls.
Also, we can move the mannequin things. You realize that you've been carrying one.
I'm aware.
Yeah, I don't think they'll care.
Okay.
But
Let's clear off
you all,
beds, and those who want to sleep in
Yeah.
them can. Those who
you
don't have to.
you do what settling is necessary. You do your cooking. You make the stew. It's not a great mixture of flavors. The tart fruit and the almost like vaguely like the mushrooms almost have this slight beefy flavor to them. It doesn't go super great with the fruit, but it's food. It's at least filling.
Yeah.
And you turn in for the night, and the night passes uneventfully. There is occasionally an isopod that goes crawling by outside the house. These weird, drifting, deer-esque things quietly passing over, munching on fruit from these vines on occasion. But no danger comes, and you rest for 8 hours. There's no shift in the light, no sudden gusts of wind, no sudden loud noises, just still, quiet, and dark. And you complete your rest, and you all get up feeling refreshed.
All right. Well, a new day.
Yeah. At least nothing happened to us.
Yeah. I'll call that a win.
It is a win at this point.
Yeah, same.
Do we... How curious are we about the city? Do we want to try to find out more about it? Are we...
I
If
mean,
nothing else, we might find
sure.
find out where we are exactly. I don't know.
True.
I am very curious about the city, but I also do worry about it taking too long to get back to Aparo.
Mm-hmm. We could probably spend a little time exploring this place.
See if we can find anything that resembles a map.
Yeah.
Maybe there
Anything
is
with-
an archive or something that we can find.
Yeah, anything with text on it could be helpful, to be honest.
If they use text, that is.
Yeah. I think if we find, at least assuming this is laid out like other settlements are, the important public buildings would probably be toward the center. So I imagine something like an archive or a library would be included in that.
Yeah,
If
that way.
they have-
Good chance of that, yeah.
So I say we just go further inward. I don't know
Sure.
if carrying along the same mannequin is necessary.
Let's leave it here, but let's mark it so we, like put a thing on it so we know it's that one that we've
All
already
right.
dumped resources into.
Yeah.
Take a ribbon and tie it around its head.
So you do that. You all go out into the city and start moving towards the center. As you do see in the distance there is a building that definitely looks bigger. That looks to be on the far end of it. It's on the north end of the city, from what you can tell.
Yeah, just in case we got to split up, I am also casting Dancing Lights today.
Okay. So you all specifically looking for an important building, and while tall buildings tend to be the important ones, you head that way because these buildings don't really seem to be marked by anything. And so you make your way over there. You do see more of the brown wood automatons, some sitting on like public benches, slumped over. Some kind of slumped over countertops at stalls that have not had any goods and who knows how long. And in some places, you do see, instead of wooden ones, ones made of the same stone the buildings are made out of. And they have a sort of glittering sapphire gem embedded in their chests. But they too are sitting still in what places you see them. And you make your way to this tall building to see beyond the building. There is this oblong shape that is partially submerged in the ground. The walls totally encompass it, but it seems to be some kind of wooden structure with metal bands reinforcing it and some type of thick glass windows. And at a guess, it looks to be maybe 400 or 500 feet long, maybe 200 or 300 feet wide. At a guess.
This is pretty large.
Yeah, it looks like it's like at an angle, like sort of tilted. It's covered in vines. And you think you see a door on it that is shut. A big like wooden and metal reinforced door.
This is the first
But
building we've
like
seen.
it's not lined up with the ground. It's like you would have to climb up onto the side of the structure and then open the door upward, it looks like, to be able to get inside. But first you'd have to clear the vines away.
Yeah, because it's tilted, or is that just how it was built?
Because it's tilted. Like it looks like it's partially submerged into the earth. And that like this rounded structure looks like it's on its side. It's very weird looking.
Oh. Is this also the first structure we've seen that actually has a door and a doorway and glass in its windows?
Yes. And it's not like rectangular and squared off and stuff like the actual buildings. Like it's oblong.
I guess
It's ovaline.
let's check this out. This is as good a building as any to check for being different.
Yeah.
Is it
mind you, this is behind like the tallest building that you saw. Like you could see this in an alleyway between the tallest building and another building.
Oh, it's not itself the tallest building.
Correct.
Let's search this one, see if we can get a better idea of like the layout of the place, see if we can spot anything else from the tallest building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So going into the tallest building.
Oh, I thought
you see more. Okay. Which building are you going into? The tall one or the weird one?
I think tall one.
I guess, yeah, we could see if there's more like this.
Okay. I'm not hearing nays, so we'll start there.
Yeah.
Going into the tallest building, you see more of these almost stone-looking ones, but on closer inspection, you see more of these figures that they're the same design, but they seem to be made of like this sort of type of glass. It's not actual glass, going up to and inspecting it, it seems of a finer make than glass, whatever it is. It's not diamond, but it's definitely hard and durable. And it has this like prismatic quality to it. And in the center of their chests are like these shining, like a glowing emerald gems.
They're still glowing?
Well, they're giving off some like glittering light from your dancing lights, but they are not giving off light in and of themselves.
Oh, okay. And this is what we observed. Oh no, these aren't the same ones as the stone ones.
No.
We thought they were also at first.
Yeah. When you first came in, like in the shadows, they looked that way. But once light is cast upon them, you see they are made of a different material.
Yeah. So there's 3 of them we've seen so far.
Yeah. They're inside this building, sitting on benches, one sitting at what looks like some kind of desk. You think you see like writing utensils, like ink pens, but nothing to write on. And it's kind of just slumped over in a chair at the desk, and just kind of laying on the floor, where it looks like it dropped from its hand. Exploring deeper, you end up going up a set of stairs, and you enter into a room, well, almost like a chamber, really, that is almost like a library. It looks like shelves filled with books filled with parchment. But curiously enough, you see.
Rush over to the nearest shelf full of them.
Well, before you do that,
sorry.
you do see at the far end of the chamber there is movement. There is a large desk, and you see another one of these crystalline sort of automatons, and it looks like it's writing. And you can see it has this rainbow gem in its chest that is still glowing, literally giving off light that casts shadows across this library. And you can see it with an ink pen in hand, just writing and writing and writing. It does not look up at you all when you enter the far side of the room.
So I'll hurry over to one of the shelves and start pulling a book off, and then notice that out of the corner of my eye and just freeze.
Hello?
The writing stops. And the figure pushes the chair back, and you see it disappear behind the desk. Like it drops down behind the desk.
Oh.
I thought you meant like step behind him.
We don't mean you any harm.
There is no response.
I don't know if it's just programmed to hide or like it's advanced enough to feel afraid.
I will slowly approach, and I'm not here to hurt you. We're just looking around. We're unfamiliar with this area. Can I make a diplomacy check? I don't know if it's like actually understand me. I just want to, like, tone of voice wise.
Hey, you can make a diplomacy check as you're approaching and as you're rolling. You see there is nothing that was writing on top of the desk. There is a small pile of books, it looks like, but they are covered in dust. And instead, there is just a mess of what has, you assume over time, become carvings into the face of the desk.
Ooh.
From continuously digging this pen into the surface of it.
Can I recognize any Can I recognize any of it as draconic or celestial?
No.
27.
Can I recognize any of it as dwarven, elven, or sylvan?
No.
Okay, this is worth a try.
All right, what do I got?
As you approach the desk, you see that it has hidden itself in the, the underside of the desk. Pressed itself against the far wall of the underside, and it is holding its arms in front of itself in a defensive posture, and you can see it's trembling. The 27 for diplomacy. If it can understand you or can pick up on your tone of voice, it doesn't seem to show it. It's not obviously being hostile or anything, but it does appear to be cowering.
I mean, understandable, but also let's. Okay, I do not have access to calm emotions and even my spell list.
It's kind of surprising, actually. It's not
Yeah.
on the list.
Mine only. I have a version of it that only works on suppressing morale boosts from a mercy.
Yeah.
Or
You know what's funny? I just realized that I have comprehend languages.
well, it's helpful for you understanding if it says anything.
I mean, I'm not going to cast it until I know it can talk. But I just found that on my spell list because I'm looking over for things that I can wild arcana, possibly help. I can charm person it.
Yeah.
It's a little disingenuous, but if it thinks that I'm its friend, then it might not be so afraid.
I'm not going to.
Hey, Zemian,
Yes.
what do the symbols on the desk, or what do the carvings on the desk kind of look like, symbol-wise?
It looks like a mess of writing on top of writing on top of writing on top of writing. If it's supposed to mean something, you cannot intuit anything from it.
There's no other materials that's on the desk.
No.
There are some books. There's like a stack of like 3 books. There is the pot for an ink pen, but it is long since dried out.
So it wasn't writing like the same thing over and over again, carving it in. It's just shredded the desk over time.
As far as you can tell.
Just
flip open one of the books on the desk.
Sturdy ass pen.
Yeah.
There is some type of runic writing that you do not recognize.
Oh. If I drink, actually no, not if. I'm gonna drink one of my comprehend extracts. Does it change?
You can intuit meaning from it. It doesn't suddenly make the words like, it doesn't, as I've explained before, it doesn't give meaning to the runes. You can just understand what is being said, and what the intent is. Looking at the inside cover page, it seems to be titled record number, and it's like 300 and something or other. And kind of skimming it, it sounds like this is literally a type of journal or official recording of events. And reading through this first book, it's jumping to like the first passage. It says we are running out of time. We are making what preparations we can, but I am afraid there is only so much material available. And if help does not come, I am not sure how many can be saved. We are rationing the supplies to the most important roles, and we are hoping that with the lower quality materials that we will buy enough time for those who have to make do with those lower quality materials. And hopefully, even if those materials fail, perhaps a way can be found to salvage those unfortunate souls. There are many more pages. And you glancing through another book on the desk, you get the feeling this entire library is nothing but records of the time here. Maybe other information too, hard to say without going through all of them, but
at least the ones on the desk are kind of the record logs of a drastic series of events.
Yeah. The figure under the desk remains cowering, trembling.
Does it make any noise that sounds like it's talking?
No. Other than just like literally the sounds of its joints shaking, it makes no noise.
Interesting.
If you want, you can spend more time reading and gain more information where I will continue, but I'm not going to just info dump because it will be, if you want more information, you're going to have to spend time.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's just as a quick glance to see if I could find anything that will use for the moment.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah.
Can I touch it? Like, is I know it's cowering, but am I able to come in, is like make physical contact with it?
Yeah, you reach out to touch it, and it will like go fetal position essentially, and like hug its head to its chest and such. But you can touch it; it's physical.
I would like to cast I would like to use Wild Arcana and cast Share Memory. I would like to share the memory I gained from the other one.
Are you going to try to get a memory from this thing, or are you?
No, I'm giving. I'm giving a memory.
Okay. There you
go. The one I got from the last time I cast.
It doesn't seem to meaningfully react, other than trembling beneath your touch.
Okay, well, I tried. I will like kind of mumble up. Sorry. Jeez, what else can we do?
Choices.
Yeah.
I look at the book.
Yeah.
I look down. I look at the automaton that's now in the fetal position. gently tap its shoulder with a finger.
Okay.
Does it react like
It'll-
it's looking, or does it just?
It will flinch ever so slightly and just continues trembling and staying in the fetal position.
Tap it again on the shoulder?
It'll flinch again.
I don't think it's gonna come out of this anytime soon, unless we can do something that it understands. I tried to share the memory I got from the other thing, the other automaton, but it didn't seem to recognize that.
I slowly, well, first I was going to kind of put the book near where the head is, and then just tap it on the shoulder again.
You're doing what where its head is?
I'm putting the book next to its head. I'm having the book open.
Yeah, it'll just flinch from your touch. Just continue to cow.
So, Tilk is going to attempt again to, because I don't have access to tongues or anything like that.
I think that's too high level for us anyway.
Yeah. Just like if there's probably a language barrier here, so he's just going to try to sound soothing. Like, we're not here to harm you. You're safe. I will like back up and kind of like sit down. I'm gonna treat it like you would like a cat you're trying to rescue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. It will, as you try to talk to it soothingly, it continues to just cower underneath the desk.
I wonder if it's its default setting.
That would be awful to have as the default setting.
Yeah. That would be fucking the worst default setting ever.
Is the pen still on the table?
It fell to the floor when it went to go hide underneath the desk. But you can see it.
I grabbed the pen.
It looks like a fairly nice ink pen, all things considered. Although the tip that you normally write with has been filed down to the point where it's almost non-existent.
I will reach into my pack and grab my ink pen.
Okay.
I could see where its hands are on its legs, right? In the fetal position.
It's got its hands over its head, but yes,
It's got its hands over its head. Okay.
Yeah.
I try to put the ink pen in its fingers.
It does not take it. It just tries to press against the wall of the desk as far from you as it can.
Is it looking like the head's reacting to the movement I'm doing?
Not specifically. It in general just seems afraid for whatever reason. Yeah.
Well, when I befriended the ravens on the ship, or pretty much any other animals that I've run into, usually started by giving them food. And I'll walk around the desk and very gently reach out to place my hand on its gem and feed in a small amount of energy. I don't want to like overwhelm it, but at least try to make that intention known.
Like a cantrip.
Yeah, if there is an amount of energy released by what would be what I would use for a cantrip. I'll do that.
I mean, a little bit. The gem will glow slightly brighter for a second and then go back to normal.
Yeah. Is there any reaction from the automaton at all?
It kind of trembles a little bit more, but beyond that, not really.
Oh, like it just had more energy to tremble with.
Yes.
A little bit funny.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, I did not prepare any of my build trust spell.
Wait, you have a spell that just does that?
Yeah, it's called build trust. We
That sounds
thought we were in a
nice.
survival situation, so I focused on a few other things.
Yeah,
That's very fair.
we have some trust issues in this game.
Oh, what do y'all want to do?
Sulk is going to leave it be. If it's not responding, we can't communicate with it, and we can't really positive reinforcement it out of this situation. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Are there more stairs up?
No.
Are there any windows?
There's some windows that look out over the city, yeah.
That's where Tilk will go. He's going to take a look out into the city, see if we can notice any more strange structures or anything that sticks out.
Just the one big one.
You know what's funny?
Hmm.
I have like 8 spells that make things angry and like none that make things friendly. I have compel hostility, cause fear.
However, you do see beyond the weird structure behind this building, beyond the wall, there is a massive ravine where the earth opens up. You can see there are some vines lighting up the opening, but who knows how deep the ravine goes.
Well, that's problematic, folks.
A little bit, yeah.
Let me guess. That's westward?
That is northward.
That's northward. Okay. Well, it's not as big a problem.
How wide is the ravine?
How wide is it? At a guess, it maybe at the widest point, maybe 1,000 feet.
Oh, geez.
It's a crack in the earth that starts near the edge of the wall, from what you can tell, and then it goes probably for about a mile north, based off of the glowing of the vines around the opening.
Does the wall seem to have been affected by it at all? I'm just trying to figure out if the wall was there before
No.
or not. Oh, okay. So maybe it was just built against the ravine.
Yeah. I mean, historically, ravines aren't fun to pass. So let's hope that it just stays north and it doesn't, turn westward.
No, you think you can see the entire thing because it looks like it at the far end closes up about a
Hopefully
mile
it
out.
doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, so it's just a random fucking opening in the earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's not terrifying.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Earthtown takes out his notebook.
Okay.
Earthtown is just going to write letters on it.
Okay.
And he's going to try and show it to the mannequin or the automaton.
Yeah, it just continues to cower from you.
Oh.
Miserable pity. I don't have a single fucking spell that.
Witch.
Christ.
Just too
I like the idea of witch, but their spell list is ass at certain levels.
That's kind of the issue I've had every time I've tried to play it.
If I look, are we able to see like far out westward from this window or no?
You can see decent ways. You're not seeing anything stand out. You see just more of the forest, more of the same that you saw on the approach here.
Okay, so just,
Is there anything north we want to check out?
I mean, if we're super curious, we could check out that ravine, but
Yeah. I'm really curious about that strange structure we saw. The rounder one.
yeah. I believe that to be fair.
1,000 feet. Well, I mean, we could just walk around it, I guess.
That's a lot of feet.
Why is
So are you all
bell?
going out to the weird structure then?
Yeah,
I would like to. I don't know what anyone else wants to do though.
Yeah, I would be willing.
I
to.
have scare. I could frighten it more. Fucking.
Okay.
Does anyone have any like spare paper to leave it? I mean, we can give it a new pen.
Leave it
I
the
mean,
one with the old maps I have of like Violet Maple.
Well, I want to see if it writes anything while we're gone.
I could flip it
Oh,
over
yeah.
to the backside.
Vomit swarm. Jesus.
Yeah, I could flip the map over to the backside and just see if it starts writing anything. And
Okay.
the only other paper I got is my my book of mixtures, and I don't want to rip out pages from that thing.
No, that's fair.
I do have ink pen and ink, or have an ink pen and ink.
You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm going to spend a mythic to detect thoughts on it.
Okay.
What is it thinking? What do I hear?
Screaming.
Maybe.
No. Or well, you don't have comprehend languages, or are you casting comprehend languages?
I don't know. I will cast comprehend. I'll spend a second for casting comprehend languages. We've got 7 every day. I can spare it. If it wants to try to resist it, it's a will save.
It doesn't try to resist. Or at least this focus, as far as you're concerned. Obviously, you do not inherently understand the language. You just understand the meaning. You can immediately recognize this as a language you don't know in its head. But you are just hearing on repeat, no, survive. No, survive. No, survive. No, survive. Just over and over and over.
No, survive. That's all it's thinking on repeat. I think if these things are quasi-programmed and not like sapient, that's just its programming is to write, and then if it sees something to just do this.
Yeah, which is why I wanted to write a little bit while we go check out the structure. We can come back.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's literally anything we can do right now to make peace with it. It's not programmed to understand that.
Oh, okay.
Well, is there like any signs of conflict around here or anything?
As far as you can tell.
Do I detect any other thoughts in like a 60-foot radius?
No.
Okay.
Other than the rest of us, I assume.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna try to pry into your guys' minds though. So I just kind of, if I get one of you, I ignore it.
You only hear the party.
Yep. Okay. No. I'll keep it going for the next few minutes. It lasts 1 minute per level. And with Wild Arcana, it's going to be 6 minutes.
Okay.
I I don't think I'll catch anything else, but maybe.
Well, are you all leaving pen and paper for it?
Yeah.
Effectively, yes.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's do that back of the map thing, and then leave the refreshed pen.
So you set out
Yeah,
pen
I
and
have.
paper and then go.
I have an ink pen and some ink. I can leave it. Unless Silk was
Okay.
going to do that. I don't know.
I don't have that stuff on me.
Oh, okay.
All right. So you leave some stuff for it, and then you go. You go out to this weird building, and it takes like 3 or 4 minutes to get out there. Your detect thoughts are detecting thoughts around this weird building.
I'm getting some readings around the building.
What you getting?
What? Yeah, what am I getting?
You hone in, and you're hearing on repeat, rescue, rescue, and then a long string of numbers. And it just keeps repeating that message over and over and over again.
I guess we caught the rescue rangers. Because I am just getting rescue and a string of numbers.
If these are, or if this is who is supposed to come here to rescue them, I wonder if this building is actually some sort of craft rather than a stationary structure.
Maybe.
Not any that I recognize, but
But then why is it still here?
well, I imagine that they failed.
Yeah. Well,
So, real quick, before we start touching the thing, it's partially out of the ground, right?
Yes.
So there's the potential that we step into that and it goes down.
Potentially.
Just want to
I mean,
throw out the idea of caution.
if
course.
it goes down, does it look like it gets in a big enough divot to not stop going down?
I mean, you don't think it infinitely goes down, no?
Well, I mean, like, is the building bigger than any like hole under it?
You can't really tell. Like, it literally, there is, like, it looks like it's sitting on the earth.
Okay.
But, like, if it is an oval shape, then some of it must be submerged.
I'm guessing even if it goes down, it's not exactly like we're gonna fall down a well type deal. I think we'll be fine. It will be on this like spatial plane.
Okay.
well, let's go inside and be careful, I suppose, that we don't fall.
Yeah. If these things are rescuing, they might be a little bit more defensive.
Interesting.
It's hard to say, but given
Oh,
the
one
very
step at a
basic
time.
programming so far.
We'll need to get through the vines first. I'll start doing what I can to pull them down off of the door.
Well, you first have to
Okay.
climb up the vines to get up onto the side of the building so that you
okay.
can get access to the door. And then you all can start pulling the vines away, cutting them away, which when you do cut them open, water spills out of them.
Oh,
That's good to know.
good to know. Yeah.
I guess we don't have to worry about water for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once the doors are free, you're able to open them, and yeah, they open upwards. And when you look inside, you can see the floor is slanted, so that it lines up with the bottom of the doorway, and it's a little bit of a steep slope at this angle. Like you can stand on it, but it's awkward. But it looks like a wooden flooring.
Huh.
Is there a nearby vine I could tie a rope to?
Trust me, there's plenty of vines around. There's no shortage of vines, at least out here. You're not seeing vines on the inside, but there are vines out here.
God, 2010 was a good year.
Yeah. All those vines.
2010 was a pretty based year.
And
they just
but,
don't make
sticking your head inside, you see these wooden floors. You look around the immediate surroundings. Something sticks out as peculiar. You look back outside, back inside, back outside, back inside. What gave it away was the ceiling. It's bigger on the inside.
Oh.
Ah.
Where the ceiling should stop after a couple dozen feet, it looks like it keeps going up another couple dozen.
Oh, this is kind of like Tremock's house.
Probably.
But you can see there are walkways and stuff inside that are suspended by wooden pillars and such.
Yeah.
And several hundred feet in, you can actually see there is a tree with deep brown wood and glowing blue leaves. And it is grown into, well, it doesn't even look like it's grown into. You're not sure if it was built around the ship or maybe it is the ship.
Oh, like the ship just kind of grew off of it.
Maybe. It's hard to tell from the doorway.
Yeah. Is
But
the whole
it goes into the wooden floor, its roots do.
is the whole thing made of like a singular solid piece of wood rather than separate boards and other pieces?
As far as you can tell.
Interesting. Try to pull myself in and stand up, and I'll kind of skid backwards on my hooves a bit before catching a doorway. It's like this is like standing on a beached boat.
Funny, that.
Fortunately, I only think I can make that worse and not better.
Huh?
Dude, ice. I could make it worse, but not better.
Oh,
A beached boat. it's saying.
yeah.
How far does this hallway go into the interior of this ship?
Or a beached ship, I suppose. given the size.
The chamber that you're looking into looks like it's probably at least like 500-600 feet long from one end to the other, but you can see that there are open doorways, like there are doorways with no doors, that go off into other areas.
I guess I could make it better, but let me know if that's really needed.
Is it?
Are you still able to hear the mind?
Is my spell still up?
Yeah, it's probably on the tail end, but yes, you are still hearing the rescue message on repeat.
I give him a nod. Can I hear, like, let me see if I can locate, if the spell lets me locate. Number of thinking minds. None of them have intelligence 26 or higher, right? Or I guess 32 or higher?
No.
Okay, good. I'm not stunned. It doesn't. It specifically says it does not tell me the location.
Okay.
Too big brain otherwise.
Yeah.
Well, and look around in here if we'd like.
At 32, right? Make sure
Yeah.
I'm not missing area. Okay.
It says if highest intelligence is 26 or higher and at least 10 points higher than my own intelligence score, which is 22, I'm stunned for a round and the spell ends. As I get
So
a big
it's
brained.
so it's whichever is higher, 10 plus yours or 26.
Correct.
Okay.
That's
Gotcha.
why I corrected myself and asked 32.
All right. Yeah.
It'd be kind of
that's
weird if
fair.
like you had
You're fine.
28 and got stunned by a 26 intelligence mod.
Yeah. Oh man, they big brained me.
Damn it.
Thing is, I'm going to
Yeah,
tie a rope to one of the vines outside. I'm going to toss the rope down the hallway so we have something else to kind of grab.
So,
If we need
what
to get
was the
out.
material this place was made out of?
Wood.
Wood, the brown wood.
Yeah.
Is it like similar to the ships that we travel on?
Kind of.
Similar to the automaton.
Yeah.
The color exactly matches the color of the automatons that are made out of wood.
Given that this is where you heard the rescue party from, the likeness to a ship that we would recognize, and the fact that so none of the structures around here have any form of climate control. They don't have doors in the doorways or glass in the windows, but this does. So it probably, I think this is some form of craft, a ship that moves on something other than water, maybe.
You mean like
because it's adapted to environments other than this one?
like some sort of land ship?
Maybe. I mean, there are creatures
Airship?
outside that fly with buoyancy, as far as I can tell. So, I mean, it wouldn't be the strangest thing
Oh,
if it
or an
could
airship?
fly like that.
An airship? But there's no wings.
They don't have wings either.
Magic airship?
It is also magical.
You know, like magic airships.
I feel like, so obviously I've never made an airship before, but I at least assume it would be easier to make one fly than to make one sail through the ground if you weren't just using wheels.
I don't know, sailing through the ground.
Hypothetically, the airships weren't really a thing in Aldfair. There were definitely theories about going about it, but they were not something that were really constructed. But theory was getting one to fly would definitely be better than getting one that glides through the earth.
And you're also ripping a trench through the earth that whole way you go, and people don't appreciate that.
Yeah.
As to how it would fly, I don't know. Possibly purely with magic.
I suppose.
Maybe it flies through an environment that just allows that kind of thing.
I suppose with magic, all things are possible.
Yeah. Were you able to pinpoint exactly where those thoughts came from? Oh,
I can't unless I'm looking at the creature that has them, and at that point, I don't really need a spell to tell me.
Oh, does it say if you're looking, you know that's the creature that has the thoughts?
Yes.
Cool. Should have mentioned that earlier.
Oh, no.
The thoughts is coming from the entire structure.
Oh, that's.
Oh. In that case, I will rescind my I don't know. I apologize. I didn't think about non-humanoid things.
You didn't think about PSA alarms.
Yeah.
Who am I
I will
concerned?
let people know it is the ship that evidently is thinking these things. I don't know. Do with that what you will. I'm not sure yet what to do with that.
Oh,
Fascinating. Well, it does seem like it's all one with the tree, and trees are alive.
True.
Oak just steps outside. He's gonna keep
Falls
watch.
to the ground.
He's just gonna keep watch.
Yeah, that's fine.
See if anything approaches us.
I don't know. I was just imagining Tilk stepping out the door, but it's like a dozen feet above the ground. It's just falls.
It's just. It's like, oh, this entire structure, it's actually a thinking being. And Tilk's just like, I'm out. I'm done. No, none of this
Tilk
makes.
has had that reaction to a lot of things, honestly, lately. Understandable, but
Yeah, a lot of weird shit's happened. Thankfully, Liana's just like, fuck yeah, weird shit. Weird shit. I wonder if we could get it moving again, though.
Well, it's worth checking.
If we can, our trip becomes potentially a lot easier, especially if it's able to pilot itself. Like, I mean, I know how to pilot. I know how to work this about as well as I know how to work a regular ship. So hopefully it does that if we can get it moving.
yeah, I suppose. I'm not sure if the ship will be too happy about it being repurposed.
Well, if we can find a way to communicate with it, that would help.
Oh, most definitely.
Well, you're standing here on this slanted floor. What do you want to do?
Yeah. Well, I'll try to move over toward where the tree is, or where the tree-shaped part of it is, because I know it's all one thing.
It takes concentrated effort to
Yeah.
maintain balance, especially for somebody with hooves. But the rest of you, it's still a little challenging to move across this slanted floor. This tree is fairly thick, probably about 30 feet thick for its trunk. And it has these brilliant sapphire glowing leaves from its branches. Its roots seem to seamlessly merge with the floor. And as you approach, you notice the bark sort of becomes like this sort of transparent color as you approach, and you can see it's almost like the bark mimicking skin but becoming see-through, and you can see pictures or maybe diagrams of some kind. There's text you can't read flashing. It looks to be just some kind of information display.
Oh, I really need to learn to comprehend languages.
It has been very clutch. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I'll turn back to the others. Is anyone able to read this?
I mean, comprehend languages last about 40 minutes for me, so
Yeah.
I should be.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the duration was, so I was about to ask how long it lasted.
I was gonna say,
First style,
hopes
take a
on
look at it.
Yep.
You can see the loadout. It seems to be displaying a diagram that is indicating a crash site of some kind. Like it's saying crash location, a long string of numbers. And then reports environment is safe, a hostile life form is in the area, severe engine damage, severe power supply damage, rescue required. This transmission will repeat. And that is what's being displayed.
Oh, so this is
Ursal also, as he kind of mentions what he's seeing on the screen, he'll take a moment to watch it like 4 or 5 times as he also takes notes in his notebook. He'll also relay what it is actually saying.
So this is the one that needs rescue, or one of the ones that needs rescue, rather than being the one who came to rescue.
So yeah, it's asking for it.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that changes the attitude a bit.
Yeah, it changes the dynamic of maybe the order of how things happened.
As you all are speaking there, the display, quote unquote, goes blank. And then you see the word hello in common.
Oh.
Oh.
Um,
Hello.
You can communicate with us?
Can you understand us?
Now I can, yes. And it's like perfectly doing grammar and everything, along with punctuation and such.
Oh, cool.
Interesting. How long have you been here?
Assuming my computations are correct, which very well could be incorrect, many of my systems are damaged, but according to my estimations and calculations, it has been roughly 65,853 cycles.
What's a cycle?
Yeah.
Like a day?
Hairstyle takes a
A
note.
standard unit of measurement that can be used at any point within Astronaut.
Astronauts.
Oh.
I see.
Remind me, what's astronaut again, Liana? Because you
Astral.
just sounded like you. Oh,
Yes.
Effectively, space.
Yeah.
Astronaut is what we know is the astral plane.
oh.
How did you get here, and where is here exactly?
To clarify real quick, Zach, so I think I was corrected last time that astronaut is not the same as chaos. Chaos, the space between tapestries is different.
Yes.
Okay.
The screen goes blank for a moment. I was a vessel with the mission to be hopefully a colony ship to another destination. However, we came under attack and crash landed into this plane.
I see. From what I understand, there was a time when you were here before the light of the sun was blocked by the canopy. Can you give us a rate of conversion between a cycle and a day? Time between 2 separate sunrises, if that isn't present where you're from.
We measured cycles as 400 days.
Oh.
So if you've been around for that many cycles, that's an extremely long time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You said 400
65.
days?
How many cycles again?
I can't remember the exact number.
You said 6,500.
It was like 65.
No. It was 65,000.
Oh, okay.
It was like 65,800 something.
Yeah. Big number.
Times 400. Divided by 365. Or wait,
Well,
I'm sorry. How many days is a year in Aldfair?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Let me double check the calendar.
I remember each month is actually standardized. So
It's 36 days a month, and there are 10 months.
okay,
So
3,800 times 400.
360, yeah.
So Each
Other
cycle is
16.
slightly more than a year.
Yeah, so Liana will stop and count her fingers for a second.
Yeah, Earthtalco looks down at his notepad as he's doing the math, and then looks up at the screen, looks back at his notes.
All right, so it's been roughly 73,111 years in our time.
That's impressive that you can do that math.
Rio with both of those holding up well for that long.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Can I
are
do-
made to last, but I am severely damaged.
Me too.
Okay.
Oh, you mean physically?
Yes.
I don't actually say that. I'm not.
So, what? I'm curious. What parts are actually damaged, or what can you tell me is damaged?
My power systems are severely damaged, as well as my engines. These are necessary for the propulsion and general activity of myself.
Did you have a crew?
Yes.
We found several. I'm not sure exactly what they were, but they were shaped very similarly to us and seemed to have some form of thought process, though the only one we found still moving just had one thought repeating ad infinitum. Well, it was in reaction
Yes.
to our presence.
That would be the captain.
Is that the one in the tower?
Correct.
Oh,
Was this settlement built after you arrived here?
Yes.
oh,
It became clear we did not have the supplies to make the repairs that I needed. So the captain determined it was in the best interest of the crew and cargo to make do until supplies could be found.
Are the trees that make up this forest from you? Are they from your seeds?
No.
Oh.
At
But
least
they weren't here
not
when you got here.
originally. No. They attempted to grow more of me, yes. However, there was something wrong in this place. They
And wrong
were
with you.
changed.
Wrong.
so the
How?
environment didn't actually grow something akin to you. They grew something from you that is different.
Correct.
Something that's more similar to what we would normally encounter here. Can you tell us
Probably.
about your cargo?
They were the colonists, would be colonists.
I
Were
see.
you guys fleeing something, or were you choosing to go elsewhere?
We had a set destination, yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Do you happen to have a map of the area?
A limited one, but yes. The display will show a very rough map of like 10 miles every direction.
Is there
First,
any
I will
feature
sit
that
here and try and make a copy of that as he looks at it.
Okay.
Yeah,
What's specific?
Rhea will be looking over the map to see if there's any features she recognizes from their own little surveys around.
Lots of trees and the ravine. The map does include some depth of the ravine, and you can actually make out structures inside the ravine.
Thinking back to the
And you
ravine,
can, in this three-dimensional map, you can actually see the massive roots of the trees going down into the earth.
Is
And
there
you
a
think you can
coast?
see bodies of water that the roots go into.
Is there a coast in any of the 10 miles around us?
No, it's forest in every direction.
Cool.
so The crew members and colonists we encountered seemed to be out of
They
energy,
didn't.
I assume.
Yeah, they also didn't seem to be very sapient. I read the memories
Yes.
of one, and at best they were confused on really existence.
You said they were kind of pantomiming it, right?
Yeah. They did things, but they didn't exactly know why.
The story behind this is an unfortunate one. I can regale you if you wish to know.
If it's something you're comfortable talking about.
My comfort is of no concern.
All right, then.
When we crash landed, things were relatively fine. There were injuries, there were only a few fatalities.
It was a
In order to
right?
In order to find supplies to make the repairs, the captain thought it wise to make use of the ravine. Normally, these kinds of things we need can be found underground on mortal planes, such as this one.
Mhm.
So they built structures and made their way down into the ravine. In their mining, something was disturbed. I don't know what it is, but it is possessed of malcontent, at least at the time that it was awake. When it awoke, the area was washed in radiation. The people began to die and rot. Those that were there when it awoke only survived 4 minutes. The skin fell off of their bones and they wasted away into nothing as they were turned into soup. The rest began to die over a period of some for days, others weeks, some months, and some what would be years. In order to survive, the captain ordered that a temporary measure, but a measure nonetheless, be used, as we lacked the supplies or any more additional mature trees to get the supplies to do planting ceremonies. So we executed the only methods known to us in the construction of what soul gems we could make out of the limited materials available, and transferred souls from withering bodies to the, as you call them, automatons. However, these are only temporary solutions. They degrade over time. The soul needs a body or other magic to make it eternal. Otherwise, the people that make me wither and disappear, and their souls evaporate into nothing and return to the cycle. With no rescue, those made of poorer components faded first. And in this fading, as you described, confusion, the mind goes. It is a loss of memory, a loss of sense of self, and eventually the spirit is gone and the body only acts out of some echo of intent. Until finally it powers down and doesn't move again. The captain is in the final stages.
Yeah, his only thoughts were to survive. No, survive.
Yes. Unfortunately, no communication with him will be possible.
We tried.
Do you think it's too late for him then?
Yes. His body is acting out the motions. His spirit is gone.
I see.
I'm sorry all of that happened to all of them.
It is the nature of their kind. It is a tragedy, yes. but it was a risk the colonists knew they were taking without having planting materials available.
Erstyle has a weird look on his face. Do you have any hoardings or descriptions of what the colonists looked like before they became found in these soul gem constructs?
You wish to know what their initial forms were, what their flesh bodies appeared as. Yes, they were, on average, typically around 6 feet tall. They possessed fair hair, light to tan skin, and natural eye colors such as browns, hazels, ambers, and were possessed of, and then it pauses for a moment. In comparison to most of you, more pointed ears and angular features.
Erstyle face has a more strained look on it as he is sitting there thinking about what it just described.
We were like, oh.
He'll sit there. He'll sit there. He'll also just do a sketch real quick of what he did, what he heard. Guys,
Yeah.
what does that look like to you?
It looks like an elf
Yeah.
based on descriptions of coloration. Like a wood
Yes,
elf.
using the descriptions, it absolutely matches what a wood elf would look like.
Erstyle's like, wait, no, wait, hold on.
Thinking back, by the way, to the just the planar metaphysics. So astronaut is space, but it's not just the space between between Aheos and the high, middle, and low planes. But there are also other worlds within astronauts that are material planes, or are of the material plane.
Yes, although there's pretty much little to no recordings of anybody venturing to other such planes. Anybody who's ventured to another plane is pretty much ventured to the other planes surrounding Ahios.
Yeah.
As far as really anybody is concerned, Ahios is the mortal plane.
Yeah.
Even, well, he said mortal planes, like there's multiple.
Yeah.
Right.
At least from his consideration. Oh, it's consideration. I suppose I shouldn't presume.
Can you tell us? Sorry, this is clashing a little bit with what I already knew, so I'm just trying to add it to my base of knowledge. Most here on Ahios assume that Ahios is the only mortal plane, but you mentioned there are many of them within Astronaut. How do I phrase this? Are there several within our singular tapestry?
I do not know what you mean by tapestry, but yes, there are other mortal planes out there. There is vast distances that separate them within Astronaut, but there are many mortal planes.
But if in traveling from one to the other, you remain within Astronaut the entire time.
That is how we tend to travel, yes.
So they never hit chaos.
Interesting.
Hmm.
One revelation after another lately.
You know, I thought we
Zemian.
learned a lot when we talked to the Red Raven, but It just keeps coming.
Yes, Ollie.
Can I make, I guess, a memory check of sorts, or to think back on some of the stuff my mother would have talked about, especially about the traditions of like elvish kind?
Um,
Because I vaguely remember at one point she did talk about the forest
yeah.
and certain processes for having one soul, uh, or at least one buried in to join the forest. In us.
Yes. You recall there's the mother tree, which is allegedly the biggest tree in the realm of the Wood Elves. And the Wood Elf forest stretches out from that point. And according to your mother, several Wood Elves planted themselves to grow such a tree, according to her. And every tree within the realm of the Wood Elves, every big tree, effectively, because there are some natural occurring trees there as well. But essentially, when a Wood Elf gets old enough, they go through a planting ritual where they imbibe a concoction, and then they are buried alive. And they will grow into a tree, and all of these trees retain some spiritual existence. They can be tapped into by the generations that come after for their experiences and memories and knowledge and such. And this is one of the reasons why their forests are guarded so aggressively. Because losing one of those trees is losing somebody forever. That is also where you would recall the term Laura Queen from, or Laura Queen, depending on who you ask, because dialect differences. But where the edge of the wood, where the wood that consists of those who are planted and the normal wood, that is the edge of the wood, in reference to the Wood Elves that you know. But after everything that's happened, Laura Queen has different meanings, it would seem. As the Fae seem to think it is the boundary between the wood beyond the world and, well, as you all put it, the greater tapestry.
Yeah.
But also potentially the boundary between the wood beyond the world and chaos. So,
yeah.
Hard to know.
I mean, I guess both, quote, sides of Maguire, like one would have one boundary and the other would have the other, I suppose.
Yeah. It definitely seems to be a term that has changed with cultural changes.
Right. Erstyle looks at his notes, stares at the sketch that he made, looks at the screen in front of him. Are you familiar with the term Laura Queen?
Yes.
Define.
It is a boundary separating the spirit trees and anything beyond such forests. However, there are some scholars who say it is the boundary that separates the Fae from us. Well, by us, I mean my creators.
He on something there, Erstyle?
Well, if this thing has been around for roughly 75,000 years, here on our world, I guess you could say it is. The
Mhm.
stories that I grew up with, or at least my mom told me about, especially about some of our cultural traditions and things that would be done, they sound pretty similar to what colonists of this ship were doing.
You think these
And I
guys
don't
are
mean like
progenitors
similar,
of
like similar, like kind of like it sounds similar, like it's eerily, accurately similar.
You think that these guys are the progenitors of elves?
I mean, do you recognize the description and the way the sketch comes out? Does it seem to be elvish in nature to us?
I mean, to a degree, yes.
So
But I'm not just going to call them elves because they look like elves. Elves look like humans.
no,
We're very different.
yeah, but still, 75,000 years ago, they could have been, or at least not could have. What I'm thinking, they probably were the origination of what we call elves.
To be clear, you're not from this mortal plane, are you?
Correct.
It does seem that some of your people did come here, based on what Aristill is saying.
If we remember the
Well,
conversation,
some more.
if we remember the conversation correctly with the Red Raven, they did specify that the folk came from elsewhere, and were not created by that year.
Yeah, they. From what he said, it seems that a plane like Maguire, maybe it's called something else in other tapestries, I'm not sure, tends to form at the boundaries of a tapestry where that stable reality and chaos somewhat blend together. Uh, Granted its relative stability by the thoughts and consciousness, imagination, dreams of the people within that tapestry.
One moment. ...
My plane is
And
held
then-
together by thoughts and prayers.
Like a good 20 seconds goes by, and then the screen runs words again. I believe I am understanding now. You use a lot of unfamiliar terms. While I understand your language, trying to correlate words you use with my understanding of things can be a little challenging, but I have put a decent amount of processing power that I think I have pieced together your meaning.
Oh, I guess names.
My creators do come from another plane. I was created on another plane. These creators claim a few different ideas of where their origin point was. The term you use, elf or wood elves, would be a sort of bastardization as far as they would be concerned in their name, but accurate enough.
Okay.
Some of them claimed to have once consisted of a good way to translate it would be a spring court. They left the wood beyond the world and colonized a new land, mind you, giving up a lot, but ultimately saving themselves from the Sealy.
What were the Sealy trying
That I do not know. That is simply their understanding of where they came from.
Oh.
You need to understand, I don't know to the lengths of your own people's able to keep records, but this comes from a time that is even way long before my own time.
I see.
But that is where they believe they came from and their reasoning for coming to a mortal place. as they expanded, they wished to explore other planes as their own was becoming crowded. And with
beyond the
that,
world
we're
was?
becoming more aware of Astronaut and the potential threats that lie within. So they thought it fitting to spread out just in case, especially with the nature of not having an immortal soul. So
the folk
our
of the
ship was
beyond the
one.
world. Oh, sorry.
Our ship was one of said colony ships, and we were attacked in our journey.
Do you know what you
Which
were
is,
attacked by?
let me hear. As I recall, it was an unfamiliar vessel. However, it made no attempt to, as far as I am aware, make contact. They were traveling in, while I could detect minds aboard the ship, it was a language I did not recognize, and it was a barbaric seeming thing of twisted and molded metal.
Would you consider any vessel made of metal to be such?
Are you asking my opinion or the opinion of my creators?
Both. When you say it was a barbaric vessel of twisted and molded metal, is the concept of the vessel being made of metal, twisted and barbaric, or was the method of its construction especially crude or something?
In my opinion, yes, on both accounts. In the opinion of my creators, they would have a kinder opinion, I would think. They understood, or rather, it might be more accurate to say they respected that other things, other mortals were lacking in ability.
They didn't have the same planting rituals that your creators use to grow their own ships, I suppose.
We do not know that civilization, but I think it's safe to assume that no, they probably did not. If they travel and enact in such cold, careless behaviors and move about in cold, unthinking things, then I would assume they did not participate in planting rituals.
Makes sense. I'm sorry to say that I don't think anyone other than Airstill's ancestors on our plane knows the rituals either.
From what I have gathered from your conversation and our conversation, I think it's safe to assume that this Earthstyle's ancestors are very likely descendants of my creators. Although it makes me sad to say that, considering our distress call has yet to be answered. So there must be something wrong with my communications relay.
Maybe. If we wanted
You
to...
have a name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's actually
Oh, I feel rude for not asking that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hang on.
Sorry, I got caught up in so many other things.
You can refer to me as Castian. That is the name I was given.
Ah, I spelled it right.
Nice.
And now I will
No, I
spell
spelled it right there.
Zemian in a different way.
Interesting.
I can't spell.
Oh boy. Well, we do need to find our way out of this woods and to the coast. Do you know if there was a coast nearby while you crashed? Did you see anything like that?
Unfortunately, when we translated into this plane, we were too close to the ground to get a full snapshot of this landmass. My knowledge is limited to the 10-mile surroundings.
One moment, just who knows?
Any snapshots beyond that before crash landing are likely inaccurate at this point in time.
General. I mean, it's better than nothing. General landmass, I guess. Do you have
As
any-
I recall, we are in a valley. The general land that I could perceive was sloping down into this area. How much that has changed over time, I cannot say. I can make guesses, but if you are looking to make use of accurate information for traveling, I am not confident in my estimations, especially with how wildly this land has changed.
If we were able to repair you, or heal you, as it were, would you be willing to help us travel?
As my original purpose is, quite frankly, ended, I don't see why not. I would very much like it for my creators to know what happened here. But chances are, if other ships have come here and nobody has come looking, it might be worth just remembering, and should the time come, sharing that information if such a chance were to arise.
I mean, in time, you'd be able to find their descendants, and that might. They may still remember, just not know. If your distress beacon is truly at fault and not carrying it, because if what I expect is correct, you're on an entirely different continent, which is quite a distance away from where your ancestors' descendants now lie.
My original purpose was to serve as the vessel and the seed for a new colony. The colonists I were to bring are gone. Their souls are past, never to be found again. I am under no compunction to return to my point of origin.
I have a question for you.
I may have an answer.
Do you know the name Goreth?
It thinks for a moment. It is a mythological figure, according to the histories of my creators, a beast that was considered to be the first of the Unseelie Court.
So I suppose, that lines up with everything we've learned so far. I may ask you more about him if we can get you moving again. But I think that's a conversation for another time.
Very well.
Well, I suppose if you are willing to travel with us, or I suppose help us travel, we should probably be open about exactly what we're traveling for.
That is up to you.
We died.
Well, I wasn't
I
going
see
to
it didn't
start
hold you
there.
back.
What was that? No.
I see it didn't hold you back.
It's I like that attitude. It's a lot more positive than the one I've had.
Yeah.
I am designed to generally be positive, yes.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Our own homeland was scoured by undead hordes led by the one we now know to at least apparently be the traitor mortal. I'm not sure if such a name is familiar to you or your creators.
That is the first I've heard of it. Please elaborate. ... And I think that is where we're going to end.
Man, this fucking each of these sessions has gone a very different direction than I keep thinking it's going to go. I'm done having expectations.
I don't know. Did not think. Yeah, like find TARDIS was not on my bingo card for Pathfinder today.
You know, me neither.
But thank you everybody for listening, and we will hope to have you on the next one.
Yeah.
Bye.
Again, that I didn't. Bye.
Bye bye.